Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasarisham Tattvamasyadiraksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, all of you. So what a wonderful day as the Skand Sashti is starting. So Swamiji will be coming, as Swamiji has said, he will be coming for darshan and satsang for all the days of the Skand Sashti, which has started from today. And what a powerful darshan and satsang. Swamiji revealed so many things, and especially drop your past, because your past is already dead. And especially for the English audience, there was a live translation also in the Ask Nithyananda, where you could simply hear the live translation of this Tamil satsang that will be available every day, every time when satsang happens in Tamil. That will be live translated in English. So make sure that you are tuning to Ask Nithyananda for the live translation. So understand, Swamiji shares, drop your past, because your past is already dead. It is the memory of your past that you are bringing it in the future and reflecting the same in the bring it in the past and reflecting it in the future. That's why it's keep on repeating again and again. So when you drop your past, means you drop the memories of the past, simply you'll see the future manifest as you want. So decide intensely to drop your past. With this, let's directly enter into the power manifestation. We'll be entering into the power of manifesting the power of third eye. So requesting everyone, so to please switch on your cameras, be available. We'll be projecting, the acharyas will be projecting an image on your screen, and through the power of third eye, see what Swamiji reveals to you. So once again, all of you, please cover your eyes, close your eyes. Acharyas will be projecting an image on your screen through the power of third eye. See what Swamiji is revealing to you.
So please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Tie your eye bands and invoke the presence of Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your Anandagandha, that is just below your heart center and just above your navel center. Visualize the most beautiful and dearest form of Swamiji that you connect with. Visualize and understand all your past is dead. Even the memory of your past is a reconstruction done by you. Even that is a delusion. Now, in the present moment, understand your ultimate reality, your ultimate possibility, your ultimate self is Paramashiva, is Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Any other identity is delusion. Anything which is not eternal, which is not Nitya, is temporary. So it is not true. Your ultimate truth is you are Paramashiva. So with this, let's start chanting the Mahavakya and invoke Swamiji's presence in your inner space.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Yes. So now the image is projected. Look through your third eye. Let's continue.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now, please relax. Open your eyes. Remove the eye band and slowly open your eyes. And let us now start sharing what was revealed by Paramashiva through your third eye. Please take a moment and start sharing what was revealed by Paramashiva, and please describe it as vividly and with as much detail as possible. As we understand, Paramashiva reveals various layers of the object or the scene which was projected. The various layers will have superimpositions of various time and various details, and it will reveal much more than what the two eyes can see. We have some sharing coming from the participants. Matthew Veskaraya is sharing. Publishers showed me a deity. Paramashiva showed me a deity, Ganesha, gold with flowers. Thank you for sharing, Aya. So you can add also more details as and when you are able to put it into words. So meanwhile, we'll give some time for other participants to also share.
Yes. So as Maharaj mentioned, describe as detailed as possible, because many times it's not logical. So you'll see something and you'll see something other which doesn't seem to be logical. And it might be actually associated with the image that we had been displaying. Yes, any good initiation. So requesting everyone, please go ahead and share. When the participants with cameras off, Ma Parabraham Surupni, Zhang Shihao, Ma Lohia, Atma Jyotikaya, Ma Ananda Khurupini, Zhang Liping, Ma Ananda Paramashakti, Ma Sharma Moz. Everyone, let's get ready. Let's start sharing. Ma Ananda Lakshmi Yogini. And all the participants on the YouTube, you can also start sharing. We have one comment and on the YouTube chat. It's Manis Saguni, are you typing? Yes, Manis Saguni shares Paramisha shows Krishna killing the demon Narkasura and taking the enslaves 1,500 women as his wives, and I saw deity very beautifully face shining like gold. Right, beautiful. Thank you, Sharima.
All right. So if you are sharing, please continue to share. In the meanwhile, we'll be projecting the image. Yes. So as you can see, it is a kind of a restaurant. You have or a cafeteria. You have some tables, chair, one green cup on the table. In the background, we can see a blue surfing board kind of an object kept almost in the center in the background. And we have a lot of bottles and a refrigerator with a lot of bottles. And we have some plants and various items.
Yes, and Mathaya and Mansegunya, actually, just before selecting this picture, I'll share the picture which I had selected before changing the mind. So it was actually the picture of Ganesha. We'll just project it. So this was the picture that I had selected just before selecting this. So as you can see, it's a deity. Matthew has clearly described it as Ganesha, gold with flowers. Even the flowers that we have, the Ganesha is holding, is actually golden. So Paramashiva showed me a deity, definitely. Matthew has successfully manifested. Beautiful. Actually, it's a very spot on manifestation. Ganesha, gold with flowers. Yes, you have everything that you have shared is beautiful. And even Man Nisegunya, I saw Devi, very beautiful face, shining like gold. The whole deity of Ganesha is shining with gold. Thank you, beautiful Ganesha. Yes, Ma, thank you. Thank you for sharing. So, wow, wonderful revelations through the third eye, Mathaya and Manisuganya. So I manifested the past. Yes. So this is the actual picture that I was about to project. So beautiful. And everyone, understand, Swamiji shares that all of us have the third eye. We just need to decalcify it and manifest the powers of Paramashiva. It is said that third eye has been waiting for our attention for ages. So sit again and again to manifest the powers of third eye. Third eye is a door to the cosmos itself. When your will aligns to Paramashiva's will, you simply start manifesting the powers. So with this, we'll be now continuing after this beautiful darshan. We'll be now continuing with our sessions for today. So before darshan, Swamiji revealed on how Guru is the cosmic window for us to jump into that infinite consciousness, to that cosmos itself. Now, how Guru actually transforms you, and who is Guru? How he showers his compassion, his simple love that transforms us. Understanding that, when Swamiji himself reveals this cosmic truth. So please come to the space of listening and let's enter into this deep revelation by Swamiji.
There's another one small incident happened. I was traveling, I don't know which place, maybe around the area of Madhya Pradesh or Maharashtra. There was one small tree, and under the tree the 3 bricks which is used for construction is kept with turmeric powder applied on it and some puja being done. Usually in the evening time when I rest, I'll search for some brick for the head to keep the head and lie down. I saw that area, nobody was there, just the 3 bricks were there, and I did not know that it was being worshipped by some villager as a deity. And I just picked up that brick and put it for my head and lie down. And really, in 10 minutes, one village guy, elderly person, is running towards me. His house was maybe 1 mile away. He ran towards me, and when he came near me, he understood I am a sadhu. Because I was a sadhu, he did not beat me. He told, "Do you know, this is Shiva, I worship. He appeared in my dream and told that you are lying on him." Truth, really. Understand? So that's why I came here. And he brought a small pillow. That's another one beautiful thing. He brought a pillow. Lie down on this pillow and leave him there. Put that murti back. From 1 mile, he was lying down in his home. He says, "I had a dream. Shiva told me that one sadhu is lying on me. Take that." And he brought the pillow and told me to put the brick the other side. We don't know who all are having connection to what all. Just his deep love for that ordinary brick, which is used for construction, can create a telepathy power in him. Understand? I read an article. American army is trying to develop telepathy power to use during the war times. They are doing some research and development to use this telepathy, sending message through the mind. Understand? Ordinary villager, just his love for a brick. Of course, I'm afraid to use the word brick again now. He may get a... I don't think he is dead. Only that elderly lady was dead. I don't think he is dead because I never tried to trace him also. Anyhow, just simple love to the ordinary looking brick can create such a deep telepathy connection between him and Mahadeva. Then understand, between him and Shiva, this ordinary brick is acting like a cell phone. You can't imagine the way in which that guy ran towards me and the way in which he was shouting at me. Just because I am a sadhu, he left me. Otherwise, I would have had the puja. The puja from him. Just I want all of you to understand the power of love, the power of simple love. People who cannot experience, understand the space of being in love with the Master cannot understand the truth. That's why I always tell, we are not cult, we are a culture. Understand, there is a big difference between these two. There is a big difference between these two. When you are in deeply love, you will see the uniqueness of the truth, and everything will become alive, reality to you. and you will see every step you take in your life feels ecstatic, feels joyful. I cannot imagine from 1 mile somebody running with a pillow saying that you are sleeping on my God. Understand the strong telepathy connection. Here the sutra which Shiva says, look lovingly at some object. Do not go to another object. Here in the middle of the object, let the blessing happen to you. You see, you do not even have to choose a deity. You can choose anything with which you feel connected. If it is Coca-Cola bottle, okay. But the problem is, with the Coca-Cola bottle, you will have only lust, not love. When you see that bottle, you will think only what I can get out of it. Understand? Looking with love and looking with lust are two different things. When you see a beautiful man or woman, when you look, you only look what I can get out of that person. Then it is looking with lust, not with love. Love means what I can add to that person. What way I can be of some help to that person. If you decide or think of adding something, then it's looking with love. The moment you see and you start calculating what I can get out of that person, it is looking with lust. Understand? Looking with love, looking with lust, two different things. Here Mahadeva says, not only two different things, diametrically opposite. Diametrically opposite. Here Mahadeva says, look lovingly at some object. If you use the divine objects, it is lot more easy, because the possibility of lust is less. Possibility of love is more. From the young age you are taught to look with a love and respect. So it is easy to connect. It is easy to relate. Have any one deity or the photograph of the God or Guru. Try to look with a deep love without moving to the other object. Understand? That is the main. That is the basic thing. Do not move to the other object. The moment you start jumping to the other object, you are tired of this object. The love has disappeared. Understand? As long as love is there, that object is unique, not number. Not number. For example, if you are just a worker, maybe a clerk or a attendant, just a clerk in the office, if you die, nothing will stop. Somebody else will come, replace you. The job will continue, life will continue. You are just an utility, number, figure, that's all. But if somebody is in love with that same clerk, if the clerk dies, that person will never be again the same. Wherever you are just a number, even if you die, that mechanism will not suffer. Wherever you are in love with some object or person or somebody is in love with you, you become unique. Naturally, your death cannot be replaced. That person will miss you. That person's life will never be the same again. Love makes things unique. Love makes things unique. The other day, we were having an energizing ceremony here in the temple. All the Swamis, all of us are sitting and before preparing for the ceremony, one disciple, she asked me, Swamiji, every day you are seeing us, all our mistakes, confusions, are you not bored by us? It was a very honest question. Because they know if sometime I tell them, do some new mistake, I will be entertained. Not the same mistakes. Because even to commit new mistakes, you need intelligence. She was asking that, don't you feel bored? I told, just because of my very love, I feel everybody is unique. Understand, I do not look upon the devotees or disciples as number. It is unique. That is why with so much of patience, I continue to work with everybody. If it is just a number, forget about it. Next person will do the work. Over. Devotees or disciples are not number for me. Because of my love for them, they are unique. Everybody is unique. Of course, I never miss anybody. Just because of complete fulfillment. But otherwise, everybody adds something. Everybody is welcomed, is expected, is needed, is wanted, is required to be here. Every individual is unique. Same way, when you are in love with the Master, he is needed, he is unique. When that love is not there, one more Swami, we can go to the other Ananda, what is there? If you just type only Nithyananda, at least 200,000 websites are opening. Just Nithyananda. If you type Swami Nithyananda, I don't know how many million websites will open. And if he is not, then some other Swami, that's all. If you are a number, you can be replaced. If the love, element of love comes to play between you and the other person, you are no more a number. You are unique being, irreplaceable. Unique being. Love adds life even to the person. With love, the person is a spirit, life. Without love, the person is reduced to a thing, utility. Without love, when you look at somebody, a beautiful man or woman, and planning for what I can get out of that person, you are reducing him to a thing, not as a being, as a spirit. Only when you look at that person with a love, he is a spirit, he is a living being. When that love is not there, he is a thing. That is why, whenever people look at you with lustful eyes, you feel repulsive. It looks ugly. You just cover yourself. You just hide yourself. You want to move out of that place. Whenever somebody looks at you with a deep love, you just feel like being around that person continuously. Even if you get only one glimpse, one eye contact with him, you will be waiting for it. You will be just waiting for that one contact. Just waiting for that one glimpse, one look. It's a love which adds value to the uniqueness. Let me first express from the angle of Patanjali. Patanjali talks about love here for the sake of samyama. Please understand, he gives us as technique. He says, do samyama on these great qualities and excel in them. Through this, he approves the expression of love. And he instructs all the yogis to excel in love. he makes this as a technique, a powerful expression of the consciousness in you when it penetrates your blocking low mood logic and expresses itself in spite of your logic. It is called love. Understand? Inside you, there is an intense superconsciousness constantly waiting to break through your body and express itself. But your secured low mood logic, which goes on saying, no, 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 you will be exploited, you will be exploited, you will be exploited. If you are so open, so alive, whoever goes around you will exploit you. Physically, mentally, economically. Men have a fear women will exploit economically if they are too loving. Women feel if they are too loving, men will exploit them physically. Both of them feel if they are too loving, others will exploit them emotionally. So always the fear, if you are loving, you will be exploited. Very dangerous. So there is a certain logic in you which completely bans you from flowing. I want all of you to know, your life is like a river. Only two ways of life exists. One, the river which is embanked, the river which is dammed. Embanked means don't completely stop, use it properly, only tell the river where it should not go. That's all. Making the rules minimum so that the flow of life also is useful for you. It is like making embankment for Kaveri or Ganga. There is another one way of life, completely blocking it. Stop. From now onwards, we will tell, dictate, direct whatever you should do. When the consciousness expresses in you, love is like embankment, guiding you, your flow. The insecure logic which is against the love is like a dam. Build the dam, that's it. Then exploit as you want. All the fellows are afraid of bank, but they don't understand they are caught in the dam. The life flow in you is like a river. If you are afraid of love, you are afraid of the embankment happening around you. True, embankment also does some restrictions, but the fear of love, the secured logic which denies love, which goes on talking and creating ideas against love in you, is a dam. It just completely stops the life force. not just the shining in the eyes, even the shining in the skin changes when you stop the flow of love in you. Sweet experiences of love constantly reminds you when you open up. I'm not talking about only romantic love, which is towards one person. I am talking about the love suddenly opens up in you towards whole and your very self. Rarely you will fall in love with yourself. The yellow journalist who is sitting inside you, constantly writing articles and editorials about you, is damned for love. The fear he creates about love is not protection for you, it is destruction for you. Dam is not a protection for river, it is a destruction for river. Only embankment is a protection for river. Love is embankment. Logic is dam. Do samyama on love. That is what Patanjali says. Means sit and meditate on the intense, beautiful inner space you go through when you are in love with you and with the whole. Understand? Here, Patanjali is not saying contemplate on the love which was directed towards one person. No. When at some time you just feel so good about being you, being who you are, but it happens very rarely. That's a big problem. If you are feeling deeply good at, wow, I am really worthy. I am really worthy of what I am. I am really worthy of life. I am really worthy of whatever is happening around me. When you are experiencing the love for yourself, suddenly you will experience that love for the whole. You will see that everybody, everything is worthy of what they are. The whole. When the love is experienced towards you by you, you will suddenly experience that towards the whole. So meditate on that love. Surely every one of you would have experienced that kind of moments at least few times in your life. When you feel love towards you and the love towards the whole, everything, you feel like blessing everybody and everything. Do samyama on that inner space. Not just the love directed towards one person. That may have its own investments, vested interests and all that. That is okay, nothing wrong. But that is not supposed to be the ultimate, or Patanjali does not expect you to do samyama on that. Do samyama on the love experience which you had towards you, towards the whole. You will just excel, radiate those qualities. Not only that, you will be able to transmit those qualities by your very presence. The word, very beautiful word, balani, maitriyadishu balani, means strength. the strength has a three different definition. One, you will have that quality. Second, you will be able to transmit that quality to others. Third, you know how to have that quality as a strength for you. He is not saying doing samyama on love will make you weak. No. I have seen many people claiming their weakness as love. No. Love will be out of strength. And it will make you creative, alive. Balani. Patanjali uses the word strength. Friendliness and love. When you contemplate on it, do samyama on it, when it starts expressing, it will be a strength, because you will be in love with you and the whole. Second, you will be able to transmit it. Third, you just know how to use that as a strength, power. Can love also become a meditation? Only love can become meditation. Without the component of love, any technique you do will be dry, dull. You will not be able to continue more than few days. I have seen people doing this technique, that technique, but not more than few days. Only with a deep love, even a technique become meditation. Please understand, technique is not meditation. Technique becomes meditation when the love is added. When the love is added, anything you do is meditation. When you are floating in love, you are in meditation. Real meditation will awaken love in you. The real love will awaken meditation in you. They are two different names. When your soul, with its pure energy, flows through your senses to the outer world, it can be called as love. The same energy, when it flows inward, it can be called as meditation. Whether it is love or meditation, from same source, same energy, same purity. Love should become meditation. Meditation should become love. Please understand. From my own experience, I can say, the time I spent with Arunagiri Yogeshwara in the physical form, maybe, I don't know, around 9 months, from summer vacation to the end of the year, around April, March, April, that time to end of the year. In India, April is the time the summer vacation starts usually, the end of the year, around 9 months I can say. The time I spent with him physically, having his darshan, being around him, I can say, still I remember very clearly the experience of love in me. That was the first and I can say in a way last experience. I experienced love in such a beautiful way towards a person, towards a being. Then it became a different experience, kind of a radiating and connecting with the whole world. But the kind of love I experienced with him, I used to continuously feel what I can do to him, what I can give him. But I'm a small boy, it will feel very silly. What can I give to a God himself, an incarnation, an avatara Purusha? At that time I do not know all these big words, this avatara Purusha, God and all that. I know that he is a sadhu. From my idea, any sadhu means he is an enlightened or avatara Purusha. That's all. These big words I do not know, but I know sadhu means God. That's the way I felt. And it was such an intense connection, experience. Still I remember, in the night I will be sitting with the alarm clock and changing the time, pushing the time fast so that early morning again I can rush to the temple to see him, to have his darshan. But of course, me changing the alarm clock won't push the time. That intense love, and night only when the watchman is about to close the temple, when they go around the temple and vacating everybody, I'll come out of the temple. Whole day practically I'll be sitting with him. I've never bothered about food or water. Whenever I was around him, I never even remembered about food or water. Just sitting, talking or walking with him, going around that area. Nothing particular. Not that he will be teaching me in a very systematic way, nothing like that. Sitting and chatting casually. And still I remember, when I had his darshan, it is not that the other things have been taken away from my sight. I was able to see everything very clearly. It was physical darshan. So just sitting, chatting, we don't know how time passes. I continuously used to feel what I can give, whatever I get in my hand, whether it is a little money in the house or some clothes or some sweets, anything I am given in the house. The first thing I will pack it and keep it for him and bring it to him. He will laugh. Of course, sometimes he will eat also, he will enjoy. And there is a beautiful story in saint named Kannappar. It's a very beautiful story. That saint, he sees a Shivalinga in a place called KAILASA in Andhra Pradesh, and he just falls in love with the deity. He is just in love with the deity, with Shiva. And the story says Shiva wanted to test his devotion, and in that Shivalinga the eye was carved. From that eye the blood started oozing out. This Kannappar tried all the herbal medicines and everything to heal the eyes, nothing worked out. He is a hunter, so he knows only one method, eye for eye will heal the eye. So he just removes his own eye and replaces it in the place of Shiva's eye. The story says the first eye bleeding stopped, and immediately within a few minutes the next eye started bleeding, and he is not bothered. He was ready to give even the second eye. But before taking his second eye, he suddenly remembered, if I take my second eye, I will become blind. How will I find out where to fix the eye? Where the Shiva's eye is there? So he puts his leg on the second eye of Shiva as a mark. Then he removes his second eye to fix on the Shiva's eye. At that moment, Shiva appears and gives darshan and gives him enlightenment, and Shiva Padavi, Shiva Sayujya, we call it, means becoming one with Shiva. Very beautiful story. The love became meditation. That love for Shiva, whole day he was living in meditation. That is why he just feels, what can I give, what can I give, what can I give? I can understand that Kannappar's feeling, because I went through that same feeling with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. It was such a strong experience. The deep love simply becomes meditation, and real meditation just becomes love in you. Love, energy, meditation, compassion, all these are same ingredient with different names. Different names, intelligence, energy, love, compassion, meditation, all these things are just different words for the same experience. Try to go and sit in front of any one deity which you really love, or any other object which you really feel loving. Sit in front of it. Look very deeply, lovingly. Just look. Let your consciousness be completely centered on your eyes. Let your hand, leg, body, everything lose its very existence. Let you forget about all those things. Let everything disappear. Let you just become eyes. Look deeply, with a deep love, for few minutes without jumping into the other object. If you jump to other object, come back. Get back. And just sit with a deep love, completely in a relaxed way. You will see a very deep silence, very deep bliss, very deep blessing starts coming out of your system. You need to understand one more thing. All techniques can lead only to peace. When the peace settles inside your system, bliss will explode. Do not expect the bliss which is being expressed or shown in my body language. Meditation will lead you only to peace. And when the peace settles inside your system, when your nerves are cleaned, when your nervous system is cleaned by the peace, the settling peace, the bliss will explode. You will start expressing the bliss which is expressed in the master's body language. Try this meditation technique with any one deity, with a deep love and silence. Let the blessing happen to you. Let the blessing happen to everyone. Siddha, master, is a person who doesn't have perishable identity because of it has eternal identity. Understand? His identity is made out of material which is imperishable. There is no perishable component in the identity he created for himself. There's a huge water body. Breeze flows over the water body. Small waves are happening. Or some drawings or figures appear on the water. In that figure there is no perishable component. That figure, the source, cause, effect, everything is just water. When the breeze flows, again that same wave will happen. When the breeze stops, the wave will settle down into the water. Same way, whenever a strong devoted samyama is the breeze. Water is the pure consciousness. Whenever the strong devoted samyama from a disciple happens over the conscious water, master's forms appear and blesses you, graces you, and again it relaxes back into the same water. There is no perishable component. Please understand. There is no perishable component in the system. Because there is no perishable component, it is eternal identity. Siddha is a being whose all 7 sariras does not have any perishable component. Means any engram is perishable component. When all the engrams have disappeared, that body has become such a pure liquid, it creates different shapes, shades, waves, visuals based on the breeze flowing over it. The lake has no interest to take some shape. The flow of the breeze decides the shape. Master is a being happening without any perishable component. He is just a beautiful rhythmic play. The pure non-perishable experience happening in the source. That is the reason any Siddha happened in the planet Earth is available forever for anybody to connect with or have the benefit of his presence and energy. Understand? Any Siddha, any master happened in the planet Earth is available eternally for anybody to relate or connect with, experience his presence, knowledge or initiation. The word mystic and word enlightened master, avatar, there is no much difference. It is just reference, different reference. Please understand? There is a big difference between difference and reference. Here, the word enlightened master, avatar, Bhagavan, mystic, God, Atma, Paramatma, all these, between all these words, there is no difference, but they are all different references. Mystic is the word usually used for creators. Please understand. Person who uses energies which are beyond 5 senses and creates is a mystic. For example, materialization. If somebody uses the powers which is beyond the senses, beyond 5 senses, those energies, using that energies and creating something which is beyond 5 senses. For example, when I materialize a diamond or certain object, there is no normal human power is used. The powers known to the 5 senses are not used. The powers which is beyond 5 senses are used. Anybody who uses the powers beyond 5 senses and creates something is a mystic. Don't mistake. Person who creates is a mystic. A mystic constantly creates. Even in you, when the transformed you is created, you become a mystic. Mystic is a person who is constantly creating so many new things, continuously using the extraordinary powers. Actually, anybody who creates contributes to society will be a mystic. Otherwise, you are a mistake. In society only there are two kinds of human beings. One who is a mystic, another one who is a mistake. Mystic is a person who goes on, creates using mystical energy. Enlightened master is a person who constantly showers enlightenment on others. Avatar is a person who is direct descendants, directly appeared from superconsciousness, radiates all the sadgunas, all the auspicious qualities. Bhagavan is a being who radiates all the qualities, including giving enlightenment. God is the formless energy. Atma is the energy, formless energy reflecting on the form. Paramatma is the formless energy in its original existence and all its reflections put together. I have defined all the technical terms. As I said, there are no differences between all these terms. They are only different references. This whole Vedanta Sampradaya, the only requirement is a proper guru. Beautifully Vedanta Sampradaya describes how to catch the right guru. Peel all the things which are common. For example, if I have an organization, somebody else is also having organization. There are so many spiritual organizations. Remove that part from my glory. If I have body, then many of you also have body. Remove that part from my glory. If I have amazing orating power, many of them are having. Remove that part from my glory. So go on peeling, peeling, peeling. Finally, at some point, your logic will not be able to peel further, but still you will feel he is something more than all these things. When your logic feels, I cannot peel further, I have peeled everything, even after all these things are removed, he has something more than all these things put together. When you feel this understanding with somebody, he is your guru. If that does not happen, if you feel, no, after I peel 3-4 things, he is not worthy, then forget about him. He is not worthy of being your guru. You are not worthy of being his disciple. The guru-disciple relationship is sacred, should be started after thorough study and research and should never be ended. Should be started after thorough research and should never be ended. I tell you, ending the guru-disciple relationship in your life is a worst crime you will do to yourself, worst punishment you are imposing upon yourself, worst conspiracy against yourself. One more thing I want to tell you, change of guru is perfectly all right, nothing wrong. For example, you go to one guru, after some time you grow out of him or you get more matured, you feel connected to some other guru, that is perfect, nothing wrong. At some point if you feel you have grown out of me, please carry on with your life. If you are feeling connected to somebody, great. But dropping from the guru and not having some other guru is the crime. It means You did not drop from this earlier guru because you are advancing. You dropped because you have fallen. Somebody asks Bhagavan to Nisargadatta Maharaj, Bhagavan, you say enlightened beings do not have karma, then how are you moving your body? You cannot even move your body without having karma. Understand? You need to have some karma, only then you can even move your hand or you can talk. He is asking Bhagavan, you say enlightened beings do not have karma, but how you are talking? How you are working? He said, I am not doing anything. The disciple says, no, you are not understanding my question. How you are talking to me, even that is a work. How you are talking to me if there is no karma? Bhagavan says, I am not misunderstanding, you are misunderstanding. I am telling you, I am not talking to you. Very difficult to talk to these guys. I understand many times what my disciples go through. Nisargadatta Maharaj says, no, I am not talking. Disciple was really confused because he is talking and he is saying, I am not talking. And another one big problem, we have to believe they are talking the truth. We can't say, why are you lying? No. That is another one difficulty. Disciple was completely confused. He asked Bhagavan, please explain. You are talking and you say you are not talking. And then Maharaj says beautifully, understand, because there is a movement in you, you think there is a movement in me. You can never understand talking can happen without any movement in the inner space. That is why you think when the sound comes out of my mouth also there is same kind of a movements in my inner space. Maharaj says, in you never had a time or a moment where your body or your mouth can move without your being moving. In me, I have experienced my body or mouth or even mind, anything can move, but inside me, my inner space, nothing moves. Understand? Having such a strong, clear peace inside you, even your thoughts cannot disturb. That is enlightenment. I wanted all of you to understand, do not think enlightened masters don't have thoughts. I can say the space is so big, it is negligible part. In normal mind, if you have 10-acre mind, all 10 acre is jumping like a zoo. With an enlightened being, they have 1,000,000 acre, only 10 acre is zoo. In 1,000,000 acre, can you consider 10 acre being a zoo is something disturbing? Some movement? No. It is negligible, practically, which is not there. It just, no more. It is not there. That is why Ramana Maharshi says, for normal persons, I am body. For enlightened being, I am also the body. It's not that the idea that I am body disappears, it just expands. I am also the body. This is also part. So I have nowhere to go. It's a very important thing. Judging the masters based on their movement, physical movement, is the worst thing can happen to a disciple. Because he will judge master's action from his idea. If he does that particular action, what logic will go through in his head? He thinks that same logic is going through in his head. especially the people who live around few days or few years or who claim, I know Swamiji for so many years. That's a big problem. That's a big problem. I always tell people, these people who claim, I know Swamiji for so many years. What do they know? Nothing. First of all, they don't know themselves. And they think they know me. They think with their logic, the logic with which their head functions, with the same logic my head is also functioning. If the same logic, with the same logic, if my head is also functioning, then why I am sitting here and why you are sitting there? No. There is no logic which you can understand logically with which master's system functions. There is no logic with which you can understand logically the master's system's function. But slowly, slowly, you see, same way only he walks, same way he talks, same way he eats, same way he laughs, sometimes much more than us, and almost looks same. You start thinking the inner space, inner programming is also same. That is where you miss. That is where you miss. Inner programming is not same. That is where Nisargadatta Maharaj says, I am not talking to you. He says, what you understand by the word talking is not happening in me. Just I am reflecting the movements which is happening in you. Whatever you want to see, you are seeing it in this body. Like a mirror reflecting. People come and ask me, Swamiji, many times I feel you are talking exactly to me, directly to me. It is not the public discourse. You know you are talking only to me. They ask me, how do you read, did you read my mind? And are you answering all the questions which I am having? Did you read my mind? I tell them, first thing, I never do that job because I respect your privacy. Second thing, who want to waste time with all the nonsense which goes on in their head? Neither I am interested nor I am willing to read somebody's mind. What exactly happens, the presence of the master is so intense. Any mind which comes and sits in front of it, just by the very presence heat, your questions are answered. That's all. Whatever questions you carry, just the answer comes out without even me logically reading and answering. Many times, I ask people to talk so that they will understand what their problem is, not for me to solve. Because the master's mind, enlightened mind, does not work with the logic with which your mind is working. If you think the enlightened master's logic work in the same way your mind is working, you miss the whole truth. You miss even the master. You will not be able to understand the truth. You will not be able to raise yourself to his level. You will bring him to your level. Living around the master, catching the master, missing the master, abusing the master. 3 different dimensions. Just this basic 2-3 truths. 1, all scriptures, all literature, all method of teachings can only inspire you, cannot give experience. Understand, it's the first law. All books, all DVDs, when I say all, capital letter ALL, including mine, books, cassettes, DVDs, everything can only create inspiration in you, but cannot give experience. Experience can be transmitted. It's like, you see, experience is like a lamp. Only from a burning lamp light you can pick up, catch. Only from a lamp you can light a lamp. Only from a lamp you can light a lamp. Same way, the Jivan Mukti is transmitted only from a living body to living body. Living body to living body. If that body has to catch Jivan Mukti, it has to catch from a same material source which is living enlightenment. Please understand, I am describing very clearly the need of the master. If that body made out of muscles and the mind made out of thoughts, if it needs to catch living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti fire, it has to catch it only from another one body which is living enlightenment of the same frequency, means like a same flesh and bones. Only from that you can catch. Be very clear, Mahavatar Baba cannot give you living enlightenment. Please understand, I am making a very strong statement, but truth. He cannot give you Jivan Mukti. He can only give you inspiration, experience, some glimpse. But if he wants to give Jivan Mukti, he has to guide you to a person who is in the physical body. In the physical body. Ramakrishna, or Ramana Maharshi, or Mahavatar Baba, or Osho, or Jai Krishnamurti, anybody. They are all still in the cosmic plane. Why, you know? With whoever they committed when they are in the physical body. For example, if you are there, if you were when Ramakrishna was there, and you had directly connection with him, and he blessed you, he passed away, still you are here, then he will be there to take care of you. But no new addition is possible after the body is left. No new addition is possible. Now, Mahavatar Baba, all of you I think understand what I am saying. All of you understand what I am saying clearly? Now, if you are seeker, starting to pray to Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi, they can guide you to a living master. That's all. They themselves will not be able to give, because it has to be transmitted from this plane, from flesh and bone. That is why the need of living master again and again and again comes back. Understand? That is why no huge organization is able to own spirituality than a living master. Seekers are around me. The reason is, it can be transmitted only from flesh to flesh. The person who is living Jivan Mukti through his muscle memory and muscles. See, I will be living Jivan Mukti without muscles after I leave the body. I will be living Jivan Mukti, that is not a problem. But because there is no muscles, I will not be able to transmit it to the person who is with muscles. If I initiate you now and give you the assurance, only then I can handle you even if I leave the body. So if you had assurance from Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi or Osho, somebody, when they are in the flesh, then you don't need to go to new master. It may not be needed. But even then usually they guide to a living master, because living around the master is not only living enlightenment, it's a joy. It's an ecstasy. It's a way of life. For that reason they guide. Understand thoroughly. Otherwise, if you have not had connection with them physically, when they were in the body, even they can't do anything. Mahavatar Baba will not be able to give you enlightenment or the spiritual experience. He can only guide you. That is the reason why still that living master's necessary is not replaced at all. It's not replaced. Still, the necessity for living master is there when the whole thing started by Shiva millions of years ago. The only thing which is not yet outdated, which can never be outdated, is necessity of a living master. See, the only difference between you and me is not enlightenment, because you also carry that, I also carry that. In our 7 layers, see, you are having 7 body, I have 7 body. The last 2 body, the cosmic layer and the nirvanic layer, the last 2 layer are one and the same for you and me, even now. Please understand. Even now, the cosmic layer and nirvanic layer is same for you and same for me. There is no difference in that. But this physical, these layers, these 5 layers, that is where the difference starts. So all you need is not enlightenment, but the body language of enlightenment. Please understand. I think all of you catch what I am saying. See, this first 2 layer, this nirvanic body and cosmic body. In this, in that 2 layers, you are one and the, both of us are same. Only these layers, these outside layers, like a physical, oh God, it's not right. Only these outside layers, like a physical, mental, and physical, pranic, mental, subtle, these outside layers, only there we differ. It means what? You don't need enlightenment, you need enlightened body language. You understand what I am saying? You already have enlightenment, you don't need it. See, the inside, the pure consciousness is there. You can't create that. But the walls, the layers, they all are like a, what to say, covering the original light inside. So now those layers should become like a glass house. Instead of wall, it should become glass. See, in me, so consciousness is same. I have 7 layer glasses around me. You have 7 layer walls around you, that's all. Because of that walls, that light is not radiating. Because I have a 7 layer glass, it is not only radiating, it's just shining. So all we need to do, change your walls into glass. So all you need is enlightened body language, not enlightenment itself. Understand, I am breaking one of the important part. You don't need enlightenment. You need enlightened body language. I don't know whether you are understanding the key difference, the key shift. All you need is see how an enlightened master lives and live the same way. That's all. See our enlightenment. That's why the Bhagavata says, Leela Dhyana is the ultimate than any Nirvikalpa Dhyana. If you need enlightenment, you need to unclutch and be in Nirvikalpa state. But you don't need enlightenment. You actually need an enlightened body language. Then all you need to do is not to unclutch and try to achieve that pure inner space. All you need is meditate on the person who is radiating enlightenment and do the same thing in you. Understand? Understand the importance of the Leela Dhyana. Leela Dhyana means seeing the place of a living master and constantly being soaked in it. Nirvikalpa Dhyana means continuously unclutching and settling into that silence. Now you understand the difference between the two. You can continuously unclutch and merge into that silence also, no problem. But I don't know how many years it will take and how long it will take and what all will be the side effect and time, these, that. And actually you don't need to. You don't need to. Instead, meditating on the Leelas. So naturally when you meditate on Leelas of the Master, you don't need to do anything else. Automatically that body language will start expressing in you. The NSP, I got a few letters, devotees are telling, after 2-3 days we feel like I am talking like you, Swamiji. I feel my face is like you. When I close my eyes, and I feel you are me. And sometimes when I see your photograph, I feel it is my photograph. My photograph. How many of you had like this glimpse at least sometime? Once in a while. Raise your hand, let's see. So that whole started happening in you. Means that Lila Dhyana Dwara, that initiation of Lila Dhyana started happening in you. Understand? If this happens, then you are done. If that same feeling starts staying inside you without your effort, you are done. That's all. I think now you understand living around the master, what it does inside you. What it does inside you. Catching the master, missing the master, abusing the master. Oh God. Is catch that fire and having that strong vidarka, catching that living enlightenment fire and start living. So catching the master. Missing the master is unable to catch that fire, but understanding that master is of compassion, only I am not able to catch it. He is missing the master. Abusing the master is no, he is not giving. Understand? The three major thing. See, catching the master means you understand. Straight away relating, having vidarka, experiencing, catching the fire and start living it. Living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti. This is catching the master. Missing the master means understanding that you are responsible and you have to catch it. Trying to alter inside you is missing the master. Abusing the master means trying to alter the master. Trying to correct the master. Understand? Trying to judge him. See, first thing, if you catch the master, that is the ultimate best. Even if you miss the master, don't worry, you will come back again. But never ever do that abusing the master. Gone, once for all. Understand? It's like in Cinefield, if you produce a movie and did not pay the artists, they will complain and your file will be closed. You will not be able to do any movies further. Any movie you try to do, this file will be there. No artist will come to act in your movie. Same way, if you abuse the master once, please understand, I am not threatening you or anything. Consciously it gets recorded into your system. To anybody your file goes, they will say wait. Living with the master is just living with a dynamic, dynamite diamond. When a dynamic diamond is made to work on any stone, other than the diamond part in the stone will be completely removed. See, the quality of diamond is when it is dynamic and made to work on any object, all other particles in that object except its very strength, diamond, it will all be removed. That's the way the diamonds are polished. Only the diamonds are used to polish the diamond. It's like any stone has some component of diamond in it and some component of ordinary carbon in it. When the moving dynamic diamond is made to work on that object, all other particles except the diamond component, carbon or anything, is burnt away. Same way, when you live with the master, everything other than the master component in you, everything other than the cosmos in you, everything other than the enlightenment in you is burnt away. This is the greatest fortunate thing and unfortunate thing. If you identify yourself with enlightenment, the highest reality, this is the most fortunate thing. You don't need to do anything, just be around, hang around, that's all. Enlightenment simply happens. But if you identify yourself with the perishing components, the carbon component or the non-diamond component, this is the most torturous suffering. Very beautifully, George Gurdjieff, one of the greatest revolutionary master of modern days, he says, only if you associate yourself with me, be around me. If you think you are separate, I am separate, then this is not the place for you, because constantly you will feel threatened by me. If you are blissful around the master, be very clear, you are enlightened. That's a very beautiful Nithyananda Zen koan written by Bhaktananda. No. Every day when he was in prison with me, he will write something and show me. If you are living with the master and still he is not driving you crazy, up in the wall, either he is not enlightened. There is a very beautiful koan, he put it in a very nice way, or you are not living with him. As long as you think you are a separate entity other than your higher reality, he will be driving you crazy. Constantly shaking the very roots on which you build your foundation. But fortunately, if you identify with him, with your higher reality, this is the most fortunate thing can happen in the planet here, because without any effort, the ultimate will just happen in you. The ultimate will just happen in you without any effort. Nothing needs to be done, just hanging around. But you will see his simple movements, his simple words, his just look will be shaking the very foundation on which you are building you, or the false you. Anything you do, he will be constantly on his job. How he will create situations, how he will create people, how he will create happenings around you, you do not know. You can't imagine. Just the person who is walking next to you will exactly hit you where you are holding you. Don't think he is hitting you, I am hitting you. When you are around the master, please understand, when you live around the master, including a mosquito bites you, after taking permission from him about the time, the intensity of the bite, and the place where you are needed to be bitten. I am very clearly telling you, please understand. If you are inside his Sangha, you are under a controlled condition where your ego is constantly operated. Whatever is not you but you hold on to it as you is removed from you. I can say, living around the master without resisting is living enlightenment process. The definition of living enlightenment process. All you need is whatever you think as your intellect, your efficiency, your energy, just cooperate with that, that's all. if he asks you to sit and unclench, how much you can, just do that, nothing more. See, if you fall into unconscious, means if your mind drifts away somewhere, or if you fall asleep, it's not under your control. Then don't worry about it, don't have guilt. But as long as you are aware, as long as you have backbone to sit, as long as you have awareness to unclench, do it, that's all. Nothing more. If he asks you to chant the Mahamantra, as long as your energy is there in the throat, as long as you can hum, do it, that's all. Nothing more. See, when you feel you can't do any more, just your body falls, either falling asleep or your mind has drifted away somewhere, then nothing can be done. It's not under your control. So you are not asked to do things which is beyond your control. No. Just do things which are under your control. That's enough. Beyond your control is not under your control, it is under his control. Whether it is handling your anger, handling your hunger, handling your fear, handling your greed, or handling your life, anything, as much as you can, with the clear intention of as much as you can. That's all. Nothing else. Nothing more. As long as you identify yourself with the higher reality, living around the Master is the ultimate celebration and liberation. But when you identify yourself with the lower realities, other than the Master, the big problem is the intellect starts developing a very logical principles to go against the Master. How to find out whether I am with the right Guru or wrong Guru? A right Guru will go on pushing you continuously to move forward. Will never give you the feeling you are done. I tell you, the real peace is the explosion of the mind which asks for peace into peace. The real peace is the explosion of the mind which asks for peace into peace. Now that is where the real peace happens. Understand? What you think as real peace is the tamasic tiredness, chronic fatigue. That is why when life comes in front of you, you just jump into some cave. Wanted to have a cozy cave. No. Even your cave is inside my Himalayas, understand? Even if you catch a cave, you do not understand, I am the walls of the cave. A real master will go on be pushing you. As I said, the samadhi happens to a person whose non-mechanical parts of the brain is alive, awakened. The mind which asks you for vacation, for rest, for peace, for tiredness, has to be blown away. It should explode to peace. Only then peace happens. A real master will go on be pushing you, will not encourage that fatigue, tiredness. He will never run a resort. He will run only a commune. Maybe after his death, his disciples will change the name into resort. He himself will never run a resort. Person who asks for the peace of the resort out of fatigue, tiredness, wanted rest, will never be allowed in the presence of a living master. The mind which asks once in a while, I think I need rest. I think I need a break. Yes, you need. Not from the situation. You need break in the root. You need to be broken. The mind which asks for the break need to be broken. That is the break it needs. A real master is a person goes on pushing you. Ability to receive the suffering as prasadam, poison as nectar. What you think as poison, not the real poison. What you think as poison, the ability to receive what you think as poison and stand with it. Is what I call tapas. To surrender to a living master fully is almost impossible for me. What is the best way to attain enlightenment for a seeker who cannot surrender completely? It's a wonderful question. It's like you are asking, achieving enlightenment is almost impossible for me. What is the way you give for me to achieve enlightenment? Actually, there are some possibilities. You can surrender to a deity. You can surrender to the master who left the body. Understand, masters who left the body don't think they are dead as you think. The dead masters are not dead as you think. Living masters are not alive as you think. Dead masters are not dead as you think. They are still available. Their presence does not have body. You can still connect with them. The only problem is, takes a lot of time. Takes a lot of time. I always tell people, directly sitting in front of you, clearly in English I am making statement which you can understand. With this itself you are not able to catch the thread and catch the message. Somebody is sitting somewhere in some consciousness, some space. How do you think you are going to connect with him telepathically? And even if you get some message, how are you going to find out how much is your mixture and how much is from him? And how are you going to classify? How are you going to understand? And you think even if you start following, getting some message, you will have the courage to complete it? In between, if there is some problem, what do you will think? Who knows, maybe my own imagination. Who knows from where message came? My own imagination. This kind of difficulties, that is the reason we always say the living master is a lot more easy. Forget about forget about the dead masters. Even with the living master, in few days, you will, if you try to remember my words, it will not be exactly as I uttered. It will be as you wanted. So even with the living master, again and again, you need to correct your notes. You need to update your notes. You need to clear your notes. You need to update your understanding. Even with the living master, it becomes such a big task. So what? With the masters who left the body, it becomes too difficult. Of course, that is at least second choice. Living master is the first choice. The second choice is masters who left the body, trying to connect with them. And the third choice, some deity whom you don't even know whether they existed or not. That is the third choice. Of course, last choice, try to connect or surrender to anything, even to a hill or a river or ocean or a small stone. The very surrender will raise you to the deeper and higher frequencies. When you say Nama, let the eye and mind be relaxed. Let the eye and mind be surrendered. That itself will raise you to the higher states of consciousness, higher frequencies. But whatever is said and done, it will all take its own time, and only second or third choices. With living masters, straight away he will work. I have always seen the karma which they will exhaust or the clarity which they will get after years suddenly happens. The whole being opens up just in 1 or 2 days of working with the master. Even 1 or 2 days, so many things will open up, so many things will be cleaned, so much of purification will start happening. That's the reason so much of emphasis on the living master in the Vedic tradition. When you enter into me, you disappear into something beyond you. That's what we call black hole. Black hole means all these planets, everything disappearing into something which is beyond your comprehension, beyond your understanding. So when you disappear into something which is beyond your comprehension, that is black hole. I made another one statement. When I enter into you, it is Big Bang. Means, what is Big Bang? Whatever you see appearing from something which you can't understand is Big Bang. Understand? When I enter into you, it is Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. When you enter into me, it is Videha Mukti, enlightenment beyond body. So Big Bang means what? Initiation. Me entering into you, you experiencing new you. At some day, suddenly you will feel even the trace of your old identity is not there in you. 2 questions I'll answer. Does every guru go through religious persecution? First thing I want you to know, do not go to a guru who has not gone through religious persecution. I tell you, any guru who is an authentic enlightened master will have a unique integrity and strength which cannot be tolerated by collective negativity of an ignorance and the collective unconsciousness. They will try to persecute him. See, an unconscious man who possesses even 10 rupee he has, who is greedy of money, cannot even understand, I am not attached to this gold Rudraksha or this golden throne. He cannot understand. See, when a man comes out and does so much good, the collective negativity cannot tolerate. It will persecute. Understand? If somebody is not persecuted, he has compromised with enlightenment. He doesn't have that integrity, that strength. So I tell you, don't go to a guru who is not persecuted. Persecution is being persecuted is one of the basic scale to find out whether somebody is a real guru or not. That's the truth. That is the truth. Gurus go through religious persecution because of the honest, truthful contribution they give it to the world.
I can only give this one scale. Maybe this can guide you. That technique or that person, after you come in contact with that person, initial introduction or initial exposure, does it add intelligence, awareness and bliss to you? If these 3 quality, even 1 quality increases in you, go behind that person. Surely you will be helped. Or in these 3, if you are not growing in these 3, forget about him, even if he brings fortune and wealth in your life.
Please understand, I am your father, mother, friend, beloved and something more. I am father and mother of your possibility. I am father and mother of what will happen out of you. I am friend and beloved of your possibility. Please understand, I am not father and mother of you. I am father and mother of your possibility. I cannot reject your love. It is so beautiful, even though mixed with a lot of ignorance and innocence. When a cub brings grass to the lion, lion cannot eat the grass. It will be laughing inside, but it cannot reject the grass because it is mixed with the possibility of you. I am your father and mother. I cannot reject your love. Same way, I cannot accept it. If I accept your love, you will accept you as you are now, which is not the right thing. You will not look up and grow into your possibility. Understand? So I need to accept your love, but I need to constantly remind you, you need to become your possibility. I am beloved of your possibility, not you. Whenever you expand towards your possibility, you will always see me just taking you to my heart as a mother, father, friend, beloved, and more. Whenever you try to shrink me to your level, see, first of all, there is no you and me. Once you become Ashramite, there is only one thing. The relationship between you and me lives through you. If the relationship is flowering, you are joyful. If that relationship is shrinking, you are in pain. I tell you, there is no you actually. Of course, long before there is no me, I have disappeared. The moment you become Ashramite, you are also disappearing. So there is no you and me. Then what is living in you? The relationship between you and me is only living in you. If the relationship is flowering, you are happy. If it is not flowering, you are suffering. But there is no separate you. Whenever you raise to the level of your possibility, the relationship becomes very sweet and beautiful. Whenever you go down, shrink from your possibility, the relationship becomes bitter. Understand that bitterness goes to your core. Whether my love or my anger goes to your core. A smile or staring goes to your core. My smile can make your very being flower, your root flower. When I stare, your very gut will shiver. Try your best to avoid, what is there? It's okay, it is usual. My staring will never be usual. My love will never be usual. It is alive, living. You might have had 10,000 hugs, but 10,001 hug will be new and fresh and alive. I might have stared at you 1,00,000 times, but 1,00,001 staring will be fresh, alive and shivering, frightening. Understand, I have to do a job of neither rejecting you nor accepting you. Human being cannot do this job. Either he falls in love or hates. That's all. Here, I have to completely keep you in my heart and just cutting and doing the surgery, removing the cancer, removing the tumor. I cannot reject your love and I cannot accept it. Hot love always turns into anger. Your love is too hot. The hot feeling of security always turns as a deep insecurity. Means the hot fear. If I have all this, only then it is security. Security with legs always will become handicapped. Love which is hot will always become hatred. Love should have tremendous coolness, like Ganga flowing. In some Puranas they say Ganga is one more wife of Shiva. No. Shiva made Sati into Ganga and keeping it. Sati is too hot. Dakshayani is too hot. He makes her like Ganga. Then you can always be Ardhangini, part of Shiva. Whether you are in a male body or female body, understand, once you are Ashramite, nothing else lives in you except the relationship between me and you. When that is flowering, you are flowering. When that is shrinking, you are shrinking. That's it. Because you don't have any other source. Not only you don't have any other source to enlighten you or entrain you, in the ashram you don't even have any other source to entertain you.
There's another one small incident happened. After a few years, again, he starts thinking, he starts analyzing, what is going on? I am just living the same life, eating, moving around, and just normal life. I feel something seriously is missing. I am missing something. I found whatever a person can get, best things, but inside me, some emptiness, something is empty. I don't feel fulfilled. What is happening to me? He started searching. The seeking starts. Maybe he's around the age of 40. He's around the age of 40. Then suddenly one day, lion attacks the sheep again, attacks the flock again. When the lion attacked the flock, all the sheep ran away. This lion sheep, neither lion nor sheep, the lion sheep, it neither felt like running away, nor it had the courage to stand and face. Because the guy is trying to attack, he looks so graceful. Something is different. He has never seen a being or a beast like this. So slowly, somehow, unconsciously, this lion sheep feels attracted towards lion. Because of that attraction, neither he ran away, nor he had the courage to stand, because he thinks he is the sheep. So he slowly walks, looking at the lion, he walks. He is walking behind, but looking at the lion. His face is towards the lion, but he is slowly walking. Lion straight away comes near him and catches him. This fellow starts blurting, "Oh, leave me, don't kill me, don't kill me." Lion says, "Fool, I have not come to kill you. You are a lion. Why are you shouting? Why are you blurting? Why are you thinking that I am going to kill you? You are a lion." He said, "Lion." Then the sheep lion started thinking that this lion is trying to cheat and take him to the forest. So he got frightened. No, leave me. Don't tell me all these things. Leave me. Lion said, "Fool, you are a lion. Why don't you understand?" He said, No, I am sheep. And somehow he escaped and ran away. Even though he escaped and ran away, he is not able to forget the lion. He is not able to forget the lion. After 1 week, again, he started feeling like meeting the lion. 1 week, the fear will be there. Once you have the first experience, there will be little fear after the first experience. And after a week, the fear slowly subsided. This guy started thinking again, I think I should meet the lion once more. One part of the mind is saying, no, I am afraid. He may kill me. The other part of being is saying, no, it was a bliss. Such a bliss. So beautiful, so graceful. I think we should meet him. Please be very clear. Unless you have enlightenment within yourself, you will not feel attracted towards an enlightened person. If you feel attached, if you feel connected, if you feel that you are in tune with an enlightened person, be very clear, you have enlightenment within you already. If you don't have that already within you, you will not even feel connected. If you have not grown, if you have not become mature to that level, you will not even feel connected. There are millions of people in this city. Why only few hundred are sitting here? And not only that, there are thousands of people who have come and gone. Why only few hundred are sitting regularly? The moment you feel attracted towards this teaching, be very clear. The enlightenment which is in you has started expressing, started opening. That's the reason. The lion sheep, or sheep lion, feels or remembers the lion. Then it thinks, I think I should go and see the lion. But how to see? You don't know. Lion never sends flyer. Here I am doing program. How to see? But he waits. This sheep lion always comes near the forest. He comes to the boundary of the forest, the boundary of the meadow, the forest. He waits there every day. Can I catch the glimpse of the lion? After 2-3 months, again, once more the lion appears. But the moment this sheep lion sees the lion, again he is caught in the fear. He is waiting more than 3-4 months to see the lion, but the moment he saw him, again the fear came up. This time, the lion came near and asked, how are you? The sheep lion said, he started blurting again. He said, no, I'm. He's not able to answer, but he's not running away. Earlier he ran away. This time he's not running away, but he's not able to answer. The lion said, don't worry, if you are afraid, I will go away. I am not going to kill you because you are a lion. I won't eat you. I can't eat you. So I won't kill you. And I have no use because of you. I have no use because of you. There is no need for me to be here if you are afraid. If you are not afraid, I will stay here and spend a few minutes with you. Otherwise, I am going. And the lion started walking back. The sheep lion shouted, no, please be here, please be here. Please spend a few minutes with me. Then the sheep lion says, don't come very close. You can stand little distance, but talk. I want to spend some time with you, but not very close, at some distance. Please be there, at 10 feet distance. And I will stand here, but please spend some time with me. The sheep lion, neither is able to forget the lion, nor he wants to go near. This is the next phase. Neither he is able to live near, nor he wants to escape. So around 15 feet distance, he stands and talks. But again and again, the lion is saying, you are a lion, fool, you are thinking you are a sheep, and you are living with that other, your friends. They are not your friends. They are not your life. This is not the way you are supposed to live. This guy starts thinking. Slowly the doubt, maybe this lion is trying to take me inside the forest and eat. That doubt has disappeared. Now, the sheep lion understood. Lion is not saying all these things because lion has got some benefit. No, lion has no benefit because of me. It has no benefit by me. I have nothing to offer to him. And he is not going to have any benefit from me. Only when that confidence comes, Only when that happens in disciple's mind, he starts trusting the words of the master. That is why in the Vedic system, spiritual knowledge is always free. We believe spiritual knowledge is free unless you understand, no way I am going to contribute to the master. No way master is missing me. I am not going to add anything to him which he is not having. Only when you understand that, you will start trusting his words. The trust between the master and disciple will happen only when disciple understands, I have nothing to add in his being. He has got enough of everything. He is overflowing. He is sharing because he is overflowing. He is not giving anything to take something from me. He is just overflowing. It is his very being. You can never teach just through verbal language. All communication happens, more than 90%, only through body language. You can never learn through verbal language. It is always body language which teaches. I have seen people, how many video discourses they may see, DVDs they may see, but they don't understand unless they come and sit in front. When they come and sit in front, one discourse is enough to transform them. If they sit and watch the TV, the DVD, the recorded discourses, how many they may watch, but never the transformation happens. Transformation never happens. For transformation, the direct touch is necessary. Master is the person who can give the direct touch, who can radiate the presence, who can teach through body language. It is not even teaching, it's like awakening. He just awakens you by his presence, by his space. He creates such a wonderful space in which automatically you are awakened. Beautiful story from Vivekananda, a great enlightened master. Let me narrate that story. That will give you an idea how master awakens the disciple just by his presence. There was a lioness in a forest. It was pregnant, about to give birth. One day it was searching for food, going around the forest, trying to catch some animal. It saw the sheep of flock and jumped when it was trying to attack. It just gave birth to a lion and died there itself because jumping is too much. It was not able to manage or maintain. Gave birth to a lion and died. The calf left orphan. Nobody was there to attend. These goats, they just somehow felt very friendly with this cub and they took this cub. Cub started growing with these goats. They started drinking the goat's milk and started eating the grass. Almost living like a goat. And actually, one more thing. The way in which you are brought up, that is the way you will have an idea about yourself. And don't think we are human beings just by birth. You walk with two legs because you are taught and you are brought up in that way. Otherwise, naturally, we will be still animals. This cub was brought up just among the goats. I really felt it is a goat. It used to eat the grass and drink the goat's milk and play with the goats, live like a goat and create sound just like a goat. After a few years, one day, one lion was again attacking that same group, and it saw a cub along with the goat, and it just attacked that cub, brought the cub out of the group. Cub started shouting, leave me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Lion said, don't worry, I won't kill you, you are not a goat. Cub said, don't tell me all these things. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Just give me that assurance that you will not kill me. Lion said, don't worry, I will not kill you. It just left. The cub ran and his cub escaped and ran. Next day again, lion attacked the same group. Again it attacked the same cub and brought it out. Again the cub started shouting, crying, oh, don't kill me, don't kill me, leave me. Lion said, don't you understand? I am not catching you to kill you. Understand, you are not a goat, you are a lion. Again the cub started crying, no, I am lion, I am goat only. Don't kill me. Anyhow, lion tried its best to convince the cub. Cub is not ready to get convinced. Lion left the cub. All right, go. Third day, slowly the cub started feeling somehow connected with the lion. It started remembering the lion again and again. Why should he catch me? Twice he caught me. He could have killed me. He's not killing, or he's not ready to eat me. Why he should again and again catch me? Again and again he's advising me I am a lion. Why should you do that? He started contemplating on the lion. Something of that lion, some quality of that lion started attracting him. In the heart, without his knowledge, unconsciously, he started contemplating on the lion. Third day, when the flock crossed that area, the cub stood and watched whether the lion is coming or not. Fourth day, the cub started waiting in that same area to have a glimpse of lion. Now lion appeared again, came near the cub. This time it doesn't have to catch the cub. Cub just stood. Cub started trusting the lion. Just stood. Lion said, how are you? How you are doing? After a few words, lion called the cub. Why don't you come and spend some time with me? The moment cub heard this word, got frightened. You can see and spend few minutes, but he is not courageous enough to go with the lion. Again the cub escaped. After a few days, again the cub saw the lion. Now he has got some courage. And not only that, slowly he has developed a little bit attachment towards the lion. This time he brought a little bit of grass to the lion to offer. Sir, why don't you eat this? Lion also has to act as if it is a goat. It has to show to the cub that he is not somebody superior, he is not somebody away, he is not somebody different. So he acted as if he is eating the grass. Now slowly the cub has started trusting the lion. Now lion started acting. Instead of telling the cub that you are the lion started acting as if it is goat. So that the trust can happen between the cub and lion. Slowly, cub started trusting the lion. One day cub was ready to go with lion to the nearby river, a picnic. Lion took the cub, both of them went near the river. When they were standing near the water, suddenly lion grabbed the face of the cub, head of the cub, neck, and said, look at the river. Cub said, yes, I am seeing. What you are seeing? Cub said, our faces. Do you see my face? Yes. I am a lion. Yes. Do you see your face? Yes, I am seeing. You are also a lion. Again, the fear came up. Cub said, no, leave me. Started shouting. Now it is too much. The lion had little meat. He just took the meat, forcibly put inside the mouth of a cub. Cub slowly started chewing. The taste of the blood. And the cub started tasting the blood. Slowly he started feeling, yes, I could eat the meat. I'm not just a goat. If I'm a goat, how can I eat the meat? The first experience that I am the lion started happening. Of course, again the cub is not ready to be convinced. After a few minutes, just out of the old habit, he vomited the meat. Again started shouting, no, don't try to brainwash me. Don't try to teach me. I am goat. He started running. After a few days, again somehow lion managed the cub, brought him to the river. This time he decided he has to realize, he has to experience. This time when he brought the cub, it showed him very clearly, look at your face, look at my face in the river. Both are one and the same. And eat this fresh meat. He gave him the fresh meat to eat, to taste, and naturally, taste of blood made the cub to realize it is not a goat, it is lion. And he removed the cub, left him in the forest. He didn't let him stay with the goats. When he has to live in the forest, naturally, he has to search for his food. He has to hunt. He has to go around. He started hunting. He experienced completely who he is and started living as a lion. Beautiful story. I don't know how Vivekananda came up with this story. This is exactly the same thing happens between you and the master. Exactly same thing.
Are the things happening in the outer world are no way connected to your response from the inner world. And the same way, the thoughts which is rising in your inner world are no way connected to your identity which you have about yourself in the inner world. You have two identities. One which you show for others, another one which you keep it for yourself. Both are lies. Let it be very clear, you always think the identity which you show to the world is lie, and the identity which you have about yourself, within yourself, is a truth. Let it be very clear, the identity which you are keeping within yourself, about yourself, that is a big lie. That is also a lie. Your response or your thoughts related to your identity which you are showing outside to the outer world and to the identity which you are keeping in your mind about yourself. Both are completely unclutched. It's a lie. People come and tell me, they always come and express their guilt. Swamiji, actually I am a different kind of person, but I am showing outside as if I am courageous and a nice, honest person. I don't know how to bridge the gap. Let it be very clear, the guilt which you are carrying or the personality which you are carrying which creates guilt in you, that is also a pure lie. If you think the personality which you are carrying inside is true and the personality which you are projecting to the outer world is a lie, you will start thinking about morality. All your morality is the gap between these two, or the gap between these two only creates the idea about morality. I am talking very subtle, but the basic truth about life. The first step to learn love is go through identity crisis. You should be completely in the crisis of not knowing what your identity is. Literally going through acid wash. All the ideas you carry will be broken to pieces, including the idea about you. It's like only after going through the surgery, you can be out of tumor. Only after going through the identity crisis, you know what is being and loving and life itself. Best place to go through the surgery is hospital. Best place to go through the identity crisis is Jnanapeetham. You can go through the surgery on your own also in the house. You can just cut and try to take the tumor. But you don't know whether you will be alive after that. Same way, if you try to go through this identity crisis outer world on your own, you don't know whether you will stand up after that or not. Identity crisis is a basic requirement for you to flower as a new being. Yatra, spiritual pilgrimage, is such an important dimension for every spiritual seeker. Getting out of the place you are living, where your identity is living, where people perceive in their own way about you, first gives you the freedom to be out of your identity. When you go to these high energy centers like Kailash, not only your old identity is removed, the possibility for the growth of new consciousness happens. Especially with an enlightened being, he will properly use that situation and create identity crisis in you and clear your old identity and create complete new inner space. The identities you carry, social identity, professional identity, racial identity, national identity. Sometimes you think you identify yourself based on your religion, your country, your race, your caste, your community, your creed. Please understand, this racial identity, national identity is responsible for millions of people dying every year in the planet Earth. World's worst terrorist on the planet Earth is racial and national identity. Please understand, largest number of deaths on the planet Earth is caused by racial and national identity. The moment you feel you belong to certain geography, you are ready to sacrifice your life for that geography. People die, especially youngsters. Millions die in the war fields. and without any guilt, without any even second thought, people kill people just because their national identity you create because of your geography. I tell you, most uncivilized act is killing people because of your racial and national identity. It is so unfortunate still human beings have not evolved from that low conscious of killing people, destroying people because of racial and national identity. Same way, the racial identity is responsible for all religious and communal terrorism. Unclutch from social, professional, racial, national identities, you will see so much of peace, joy, bliss happening in you. Universal intelligence awakens in you the moment you unclutch from low-level identities. The moment you unclutch from racial, national identities, immediately the universal intelligence awakens in you. Unclutching from the inner world identities like parental conditioning, ahankara and mamakara. Ahankara means the idea you project about yourself to others. Mamakara means the idea you believe about you as you inside you. See, always the idea you project to others about you will be more than what you are. Mamakara, the idea you believe about you in the inner self is always lower than you. Idea you project on others, an idea you project on yourself. This ahamkara and mamakara, your whole life is nothing but the fight between the ahankara and mamakara. Means the identity you project in the outer world and the identity you believe as you in the inner world. Unclutch from inner world identities, both the identities. Unclutch from the identity you project to the outer world, unclutch from the identity you believe as you in the inner world. Swamiji, can you please elaborate on what a seeker undergoes during an identity crisis? He undergoes everything other than clarity. Anything negative above the sky and below the sky and under the earth, he goes through. How does one react to such a crisis? Usually, you react in a very foolish way. See, when you get disease, that is the time you need to have more trust and closeness to your doctor, obedience to your doctor. But because you got sick, you say, out there, such a good doctor is for me. I have such a best family doctor. Still I have fallen sick. I don't trust him. I will not go to him. I will dump him. I will curse him. You escape from him. You don't trust him. You doubt him and you just completely move away from him. What will happen? Death. That is what usually people do when they have identity crisis. They say, what is the use of this great master incarnation in my life? All my life I was with him, I served him, I am his disciple, still he is not helping. You create your own theories, theologies and interpretations for my words. Suddenly, From your eyes, all my grace disappears till yesterday. What a grace. What a power. What an energy. Suddenly you say, he's not a handsome guy. And who wants to see him? Suddenly, everything looks like a pain. And even if he helps, who knows whether I'll be able to retain that help and stay in that state itself. Your foolishness does everything, all asanas, Sarasasana, Chakrasana, Surya Namaskar, everything your foolishness does, other than finding solution. When you have identity crisis, that is the time you need to have more trust on the master. You need to be more close to him. You need to be available to him. You need to do what he says. It is unfortunate how much ever you tell human beings, only during the identity crisis, they get bumped out of this whole enlightenment machinery. Master's mission is enlightenment machine. But when you go through the identity crisis, you get bumped out. It's like the car assembly line, just before engine being put, the car gets bumped out. What is the use? Just before the engine's installation, the car gets bumped out. Maybe it can be used as a bullock cart, not as a car. If a car gets bumped out in the assembly line before the engine being fixed, the only reason it can be used is, only way it can be used is as a bullock cart, not as a car. Many times, only when you go through the identity crisis, you escape, you get bumped out very foolishly. You are asking, can such a crisis bring about laziness and boredom? What laziness and boredom? It will bring destruction. It's like you are asking, if I drink poison and don't take medicines, will I have boils on my skin? Will I have any ulcer in my stomach? What ulcer? You are going to have cancer. Come on. Boredom and laziness is very small problem. Please understand. Till you become one with the cosmic identity, your identity will be constantly going through a crisis. How can a straw which is floating on the ocean be safe, comfortable, settled? No. Till it disappears into the ocean, it cannot be settled. Identity crisis is a two-word. Identity itself is a meaning of identity crisis. You don't need to use two-word, identity crisis. If you just use the word identity, that's enough. Identity will have crisis, that's all. That is the truth. As long as you have identity, it will have crisis. Normally, in the society, when you have identity crisis, you always have escaping routes, exit routes. TV. In TV itself, 200 channel. Only in India, 676 channels are there. Anyhow, hundreds of channels. If not, then pay-per-view, movies, on-demand shows and programs. If nothing is working, then internet. There is so much escape route, exit route is there for you. That is why you manage the identity crisis. Like, you don't allow yourself to be same spot, you just move, check, 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 and try to relax. There also again, a wave attacks you. And again, it's like a straw being pushed and pulled by the waves in the ocean. Slowly that straw goes and hides itself near a boat, small boat. So for 5 minutes, no waves attacks the straw. After a few minutes, the boat moves. Then again the straw is pulled and pushed this side and that side by the waves. Again this fellow goes and hides behind another one small boat. These boats behind which you hide is this entertainment programs. All the methods you use to change your mood, whether it is alcohol, smoking, TV, newspaper, knowing about others, peeping into others' bedroom. No, really. The sickness of peeping into others' bedroom, I don't know when human beings will lose that. You can peep into any number of people's bedroom and entertain yourself, engage yourself, but the identity crisis is not going to leave you. The moment that boat moves, again the waves are going to attack you. Till the straw disappears into the ocean, identity crisis is not going to be solved. So I tell you, identity crisis brings not just laziness and boredom, it brings destruction. Identity crisis not handled properly is equivalent to drinking poison. How does the seeker get past this stage in his spiritual seeking? The only way, you should strongly decide, only during all my confusion and difficult moments, I will not leave the master. During the most difficult, confusing, identity crisis moments is the time I should be with him. I should be around him. I should not be disconnected. Take this decision strongly. You are trying to protect your identity against your reality. That is where you miss the whole game. That is why our life is a big failure. You are trying to protect which is not. You are trying to fight for which is not against which is. See, the light has got an existence. It has got positive existence. But darkness doesn't have positive existence. It exists only in a negative way. It doesn't have positive existence. You are trying to protect which doesn't have positive existence against which has got positive existence. The neutral zone, the inner space or consciousness is the reality. It is a truth. It exists in you every moment. Every moment when your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath or outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath, you are in that neutral space. You are in that consciousness. But you neither wanted to experience nor feel comfortable with that zone. You are so caught up in your identity, especially with the Western culture. Surrender means death. Just by hearing the word surrender, people get frightened. But you don't know, you are trying to protect something which doesn't have basic existence. In Shivapurana, there is a beautiful story called Udal. Udal means the Devi knows her whole life is Shiva's. But even then, she tries to get the attention of Shiva by small fights. She just tries to fight with Shiva to get his attention. At least with Krishna, I can imagine he will give you attention if you fight in a small way. And he is that kind of a guy who is interested in keeping all the relationships alive. So he will bend for you. Even if you fight, he will say, okay, don't worry, no, I did not mean that, I meant this. He will give a different interpretation for his words and all these things, pacifying, everything can go on. Shiva, I get lost. Either you are here or you are not here, get out, that's it. She tries to have this small fight. I can describe exactly the same way I felt my individual identity has already realized it lost its base. It can no more claim any insecurity arguments it presents in front of me for any of my actions. It cannot present any argument about greed or fear to me and justify its independent existence. Please understand, your individual consciousness, what do you think as you? It gives all types of justification for its individual existence. If you remove all those justifications, it loses its base and simply dissolves into the cosmos. My individual identity has already realized it has no argument to justify its independent existence. So the basic connection has happened, but still it wants to get little. It's like, you know, you have to do this work, but you just want to get attention from Swamiji. Can you tell me how to do? This all will work with Krishna, not with Shiva. He just says, get out and get lost. Either you do it on your own or nothing can be done. I tell you, if you want the further purification of your biomemory, these great clicks to settle down in you, the only way is leaving it. Actually, Krishna gives a solid truth and experience in Sankhya Yoga itself. After this, it took at least few hours for Arjuna to completely get convinced and start fighting. I can say the Sankhya Yoga is like a first experience. If Krishna kept quiet, in half an hour Arjuna would have burnt all his biomemory and stood up and fought. After the Sankhya Yoga, Krishna need not speak at all. But Krishna is a type of guy who will always try to, no. That is why he is attending all the attention need questions of Arjuna. I tell you honestly, after Sankhya Yoga, this second chapter, nothing to speak. If I have to describe the scene, Arjuna was in terrible depression. He is not even able to raise his head. And Krishna putting his hand on the Arjuna's shoulders, lifting his chin with the other hand, teaches Sankhya Yoga. The moment Sankhya Yoga is over, Arjuna, wow, the extraordinary light has happened in his eyes and he is ready. But he just does not want to accept the victory of Krishna. See, if Arjuna comes out just like that in depression, from depression,
and says, wow, come on, let's fight. Now it's victory for Krishna. That is too much. He heard everything and whole thing is clear. But now he just covers the light in his eyes, takes the edge of Krishna's cloth. No, Krishna. Whatever you are saying seems right. But you are telling something about bhakti now. What is that? When you spoke about yoga, you said yogi is the best guy. And you say, do bhakti to me. What is all about this? Fool, here we are talking about fight. It is all about waging war. After the Sankhya Yoga, it is all about the melted golden part of you. Means it's like you have your individual identity standing with 100 logic away from the cosmic truth, and almost 80 logic has lost its base and you have fallen into the cosmic truth. But that remaining 20 legs, it can't help you to stand, but it can help you to fight. The whole problem for a spiritual seeker is that 20 legs. Now anyhow, it's like visualize this. There's a huge part where gold is getting melted. There is another one small part in which the gold is there. Because of this heat, that part gold also is getting melted. That part has 100 legs. When this gold has melted, 80 legs have fallen and that part has fallen into this. Means that gold has become part of this practically. But that gold is trying to use the remaining 20 legs as hands to swim and jump, go out. This 20% is the real suffering. But I can tell you from my experience that 20% has its own sweetness also. It's like love fights. And you simply know nothing can be done. You are already done. But you have that small fight. You always love to have that small fight. Overflowing, feeling life is a too big blessing. Is what Krishna is trying to make Arjuna understand. See, I tell you one more thing. Even if you don't realize that consciousness is imperishable, you are imperishable. I wanted to break an important truth. Even if you don't become enlightened, if you don't realize you are imperishable, you are going to dissolve into that only. It is like a gold. When it is put in the mercury, it will melt. There is a huge mercury part, which is a cosmic intelligence, cosmos. 2 gold coins are there. One gold coin feels, it knows the truth. The moment it falls into the mercury, it will dissolve into the mercury, it will become one with the mercury. This coin only is enlightened gold. And this other gold, it does not understand any of this, and it feels deeply insecure. If I fall into this mercury, what will happen? I will disappear into this, I will die, and my identity will be lost. This is unenlightened gold coin. Whether enlightened gold coin or unenlightened gold coin, both are going to disappear into mercury. Your idea about this hanging decoration cloth is one nadi. Your idea about this bed, one nadi. Your idea about your friend, one nadi. Your idea about your spouse, one nadi. Your idea about your favorite food, one nadi. Like that 72,000 nadi you have in your conscious play. It's like that light reflects on me, and that reflection reflects. The reflection reflects is the nadis. And that reflection on this body is individual self. The body is the mirror. The reflection is the individual soul. And that reflection also will be reflecting. Like a light, it will be radiating. That is what is nadi. Some nadis are spent in your attachment, some nadis are spent in your detachment, some nadis are spent in your fear. That's what is engrams. That is engrams. Too many nadis, if they are entertained outside, then naturally more suffering, whether to live or to leave. Even while living, more suffering, or to leave, more suffering. But at least if 10,000 nadi is centered, see, this is what, just a simple example. This is superconscious. This light is superconsciousness. Sun. This is the body. And here is a reflection of that light. You are able to see that light reflection? Not. Now, okay? See, this is what is depression. This is the expression. And now this reflection is falling on all of you guys. Are you able to see? This reflection is falling. This is what is 72,000 nadi. Now I have 10 nadi for this light. Means on 10 people it is reflecting. On how many information it is reflecting, that many nadis are extravert. You understand what I am saying? See, now this reflection, this is body, this is individual soul, that is cosmos, the superconsciousness. This reflection is falling on 10 people now. So this reflection, individual souls, 10 nadi is extravert. Means caught. That in the 10, he may like 2, he may hate 2, he may be detached about 2. So the more nadis are functioning towards outside, more suffering for living or leaving. More nadis are looking at the source. For example, now I am turning. See, now he is enlightened. Now he is dead. Understand? Now he is dead. This is what is death. This is enlightenment. This is worldly life. And this is depression. Means little deflected. Depression. That's all. Whole life is this much only. See, now there's a reflection. That reflection may be reflecting here for 2 centimeter by 2 centimeter. In the 2 by 2, when it goes out only 70,000 nerve. In the 2 by 2, I keep it in such a way, 1 by 1 reflects on you, 1 by 1 reflects on itself, to the source. That is what I call, even if 10,000 nadi gets centered on the source of from who is seeing, from where it is reflecting, that is choiceless awareness. That's all is required, nothing else. I see, if you can change priority itself, then you don't even need to center 10,000 nadis. Just 2,000-3,000 nadi is enough. See, when I say 10,000 nadi, I wanted to equate to the time of day. I was telling you, see, modern day youth, at least 1 hour to 2 hours in your life, spend contemplating on the source from where you came. Means telling them to add only at least 1 or 2 hours for spirituality. As a time related only, I said 10,000. But if you think attitude of life itself, you are interested in shifting, you don't need 10,000. Just 2,000 is enough. If your attitude itself is centered on who is reflecting, then while you're driving the car, you'll be thinking about that only. Naturally, in your car, only my music or my discourse will be getting played. You see, if you go through the attitudinal shift, you don't need 2 hours. You don't need 2 hours. You just casually in your day, in your time, whenever you feel like happening, like that is enough for you. That itself will make you the choiceless awareness centered. Now this reflection. Let me see. The reflection. You guys are able to see? Reflection. That soul, the superconsciousness, God, individual soul, body, on which it is reflected, it's a world. For this soul, it's a world. And sometimes that reflection is such, the world and the reflection of God, both is seen in this. That is what is Guru. I don't know whether you are able to catch. No, if somebody else is holding this mirror, if in the reflection I am also seen. So I am telling that reflection, look back to your source. That's what I am saying. The person who is telling you to look at the source is source. If I am telling you to look at the source, I am telling you to look at me. Because I am the source, you see. So understand, when I say look at the source, because I realize I am the source, I am telling you to look at the source.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership.
Yes, Nithyananda, everyone. We are back. So let us now dive deeper into the guru-disciple relationship. Yes, Nithyananda, Matthew, Nithyananda, and welcome. Nice to see you. Nithyananda, Nisragunya, and everyone else who joined us today. Requesting everyone to join us on camera. Paramashivoham Nithyananda, there's O Young Wen, Nithyananda, Shri Jyotikananda, Atma Jyotikananda, Nithyananda, Ma Shame, Nithyananda, Ma Guru Linga Sangha, Nithyananda, Ma Anandishwari, Pan Yang Ping, and Ma Zhang Deepen, Nithyananda. There's also Ma Ananda Lakshmi Yogi, Ananda Lakshmi Yogini, Nithyananda, Ma Liu Hai Ying, and Ma Ananda Agorupini. Nithyananda, and welcome to all of you. Today, beautiful day, learning about the guru-disciple relationship, just beautiful sharing about the lion and cub story from Swamiji directly. The most sweetest love story of the guru-disciple relationship. If you would like to share your clicks from this narration of Swamiji, please go ahead and do so. And let us understand, guru-disciple relationship is all about initiation. Swamiji is constantly showering us with powerful cognitions, and it is only up to us to pick up whatever we cognize and implement it. Implement it. So watching 100 satsangs is great, but you should cognize them and apply them to your life. So whatever powerful cognitions you are able to click with, these you should see, how can I use them in my life immediately? If you start aligning your life strategy based on the powerful cognitions that you receive, you will start manifesting powers, and you will start inspiring the people around you, enriching the people around you, and cause yours and others' reality. So let us have a look at exactly this phenomenon, which is powerful cognitions, inspiration. Because this by itself is powerful enough to get you from where you are to where you want to be, and beyond that, all the way to the ultimate, Paramashiva, enlightenment itself. So guru-disciple relationship is really us surrendering our binary logic and allowing the master's logic to express itself. And then we will have the experience to radiate that science as well. So the internalization that we are going to do is discovering 25 blind spots where inspiration was injected in you by the guru, either directly or indirectly, but you did not act out to make it into reality. More and more nurturing of powerful cognitions matures the guru-disciple relationship. So 25 might sound like a big number, but actually, to just listen to one satsang of Swamiji, how many powerful cognitions he is sharing, and then just think about how many cognitions you actually click with, you think, yes, I understand, Swamiji. If we just do this, that will automatically resolve the problem that I have. And then the next day, you just continue exactly how you did before. So you click with a powerful cognition, but you don't apply it. We all do this, by the way. It is not something that is unique to you. There's no need for guilt or any low self inner image. We all do this. Bhagavan Nataraja is dancing on Apasmara. So this whole universe we experience only because we continuously forget the powerful breakthroughs that we have. So let us decide to actively cherish, consciously further the powerful actions that we receive, so that we become a pure vessel to manifest Him as well. This is going to be the first step of this internalization exercise. So take a notebook, piece of paper, whatever you have available. If you do not have a physical book, you can type it, but we strongly recommend to write it down. It has a different effect on your system if you actually write down your insights, because you physically, like there's something about the muscle memory that really deeply ingrains the powerful cognitions when you physically write them on a piece of paper. So if you have any questions about this exercise, please go ahead and do so. And just think back, analyze 25 blind spots in your life where you received inspiration, where inspiration was injected into you by the Guru, directly or indirectly, but you didn't take action on it. So let us enter into this internalization exercise now. Yes. Now let us move to the next step of this internalization exercise. Sit in front of Swamiji's Atma Murti or a picture of Swamiji and share with him whatever you've written down. Tell the master precisely what you want, where you are stuck, whatever you know. Don't bother about what response he is going to give. Whatever you know, open it up. The more and more you nurture powerful cognitions, the more and more the guru-disciple relationship matures. So talk to Swamiji. Whatever powerful cognitions you have missed or neglected, whatever situations where you received inspiration from Swamiji but didn't act on it, just look into it and match. What do you want to manifest? What do you understand? What are the powerful cognitions you already received? What is it you actually want to manifest? And speak to Swamiji. You will receive the answer in your inner space audibly. So don't bother what the answers are going to be. Just allow yourself that sweet space, sitting with Swamiji, just pouring your heart out. Let us enter into this step of this exercise. Yes. After this time with Swamiji, sharing about our powerful cognitions, our desires, our wishes, I hope all of you are ready. We're going to enter into the next round of today's power manifestation. Today we're manifesting the power of quantum memory, where we are memorizing, retrieving, recalling vast amounts of information after having seen them just briefly. So this is not memorization through practice. This is not you repeating something internally again and again. This is by connecting through the third eye in the space of oneness to the source of all knowledge, receiving the information. So it's a beautiful power that can be very useful in various different scenarios, countless scenarios, where just recalling vast amounts of information will give you a breakthrough. So let us play around with this power. Yes, requesting everyone to join us on camera and get ready as we are about to enter into this power manifestation round. First, we're going to start off with the Shastra Pramana for this power of quantum memory, which goes as follows. Evamekatma bhavena samstitasya tu yoginaha sarvanyatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu. The translation goes as follows. Within such a yogi who establishes himself in absolute non-dual oneness with Lord Shiva and who keeps himself free from all sorts of differentiating notions, the exalted superpower of all-knowing, Sarvanyatvam, gets unfolded in all its fullness. Yes, powerful Shastra Pramana, reminding us that all the ideas of not knowing are only based on our delusion of separation that we are carrying. So when we enter into the space of oneness, we can manifest it all. So let's all settle down and get ready. We're going to project a page of a book on screen, and you're going to memorize the content. Actually, you're just going to glimpse at the page, briefly catching a glimpse of the page. And from there, we're going to just continuously chant the Mahavakya and allow Swamiji to manifest this power of quantum memory. Yes. So we're going to briefly project the page on screen, and you're going to take this time to just gaze through the page. You don't even have to read, just gaze through the page. That itself is enough. So everyone is ready? Yes, all right. Let's get started. We're going to project the page on screen for all of you briefly, and then we're going to enter into the power manifestation. And that's all. Let us all now settle down, keep our head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. From the space of oneness with Swamiji, request Swamiji to reveal all the details of the page that was projected just now. Retrieve all the information without having memorized it at all. Let's enter into this round of the power manifestation. Keep chanting the Mahavakya and let this round begin.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. With this, you can settle down and go ahead and share all the details you were able to retrieve, recall, recollect by the power of the third eye in this round of the power manifestation. Go ahead and share whatever was revealed to you. I'm going to give a few moments. That's wonderful. Matthew Iyer shared his experience from yesterday's third eye meditation that we had after the darshan. He is sharing during last night's meditation after puja. Paramashiva experienced third eye vision really clear. What people Paramashiva has never seen before. Just weird things here and there. The gland is decalcifying nicely. Wonderful. Blessings. Now just go ahead and practice it more and more. And breakthrough eventually. You're going to have a powerful experience eventually. That is the most important part. So he says there's no such thing as failure. There's only giving up. So for power manifestation, it's the same. You just sit. You don't practice necessarily, but you just make yourself available for Paramashiva to manifest more and more. And you will have an experience. Yeah, if you actually look at it, the people who tell that they are not able to manifest the power, actually, they're not even sitting and doing it. They were sitting maybe 3-4 times, and then afterwards they decided it's not going to work for them, and then they don't actually manifest the power. So deciding to do it, whether it manifests or not, that is actually what's going to lead it to manifest more and more powerfully. Right. Yes, requesting everyone to share Matthew, Ma Nisragunya Nithyananda Ma Zhang Deepen, also Nithyananda. Go ahead and share what Paramashiva revealed to you during this round of power manifestation. Swamiji revealed shlokas, direction of Shastra Pramana, third eye powers. All right. Thank you so much. Manis Raguna share to manifest this power. I just glimpsed what Swamiji is saying about technique, about breathing and loving, and yes, just sitting and be aware. I close my eyes and feel wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing, Ma. Let's enter into the Shastra Pramana from the Jnana Paddhati. So this is a reference from the compilation of all the powers that Swamiji has identified and of which we have found the Shastra Pramana. The Jnana Paddhati is like the manifest of the sciences, the Vedic sciences that Swamiji is teaching. So it starts with gross. Just give me a second. So gross formation of the universe is bhavana adva. Bhavana adva. Subtle universe formation is tattva adva. The subtlest formation of the universe is kaladva. And then it goes on to verses 34 to 35. Through oneness with the universe, exist, experience, and travel any part or dimension of the universe. Adva. This is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 57 and 8, Dharana 34 and 35. Asya sarvasya vishvasya paryanteshu samantataha adva prakriyaya tattvam shaivam jyadva mahodayaha vishvametam mahadevi shunyabhutam vichintayet tatraiva chamanolinam tatas talaya bhajanam. Just sit or stand outside and visualize that around you this whole universe is existing on all the sides. Consciously see how vast and great this universe is, what is below, what is above, all the 118 worlds around you, above and below your body. Visualize that I am pervading in each and every part of this universe. This is called Adva Prakriya, the journey of the universe. By this, the Supreme Consciousness, Shiva, is revealed. Mahadevi, just visualize that this universe is beyond any substance. It is infinite space. In this space, absorb the mind completely. Then one becomes highly qualified for allowing his mind to be absorbed in the absolute infinity. And then Dharana 36, Sutra 37, already done part of main powers. Okay, so this is already included in a previous mention of this. So, nirvriksha giribhityadi deshi drishtim vinikshiped viline manase bhave vritti kshina prajayate. Or just go out in any vast vacant field where there are no trees, no mountains or nothing, no house, no roads, no shades or any defensive wall. The yogi's mental faculty thus, becoming without any support, will then dissolve and the movements of the mind will disappear. Techniques given by Paramashiva directly to Devi, his most eager, most sincere disciple. And all these techniques are straight solutions for manifesting the ultimate, manifesting him, manifesting all the powers, all the different qualities, and the ultimate state, nirvikalpa. So it is very much, yes. Exactly. Matthew was sharing that the script was blurry when projected. We were dealing with the same situation, so I just read it off the picture directly. Matthew shared that it was revealing shlokas, directions of Shastra Pramanas and third eye powers. Yes, absolutely. That is exactly what was contained in this page. Swamiji was saying about technique, about breathing and loving. Yes, just sitting and be aware. I close my eyes. Yes, understand, the way this Shastra Pramana was revealed is actually Devi sitting on Paramashiva's lap and asking him to lead her beyond sound. So we see the light, the vibrations, we experience the different particles, the different energies manifesting. The matter by itself comes with an energy. And then there is sound, which is created by the friction between matter. So the sound itself does not come with any form or shape. So it is more subtle than the matter, the energy which is related to matter. But Vijnana Bhairava Tantra describes the energy which is more subtle than sound. Going beyond sound into the depth of Nirvikalpa is what is revealed to Devi Bhairavi in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. So imagine this loving atmosphere that would be there. Devi, already highly achieved yogini, done intense tapas, and is ready, yearning to receive the initiation into the ultimate Shiva consciousness from Paramashiva himself. And she's asking him very nicely, and he's very patient, very friendly, and delivering many different techniques that will all lead to the ultimate experience and to the expression of all the different powers that are her own, that are his own, that are a part of this experience. So yes, Ma, it's a very loving, just sitting and be aware is absolutely part of this very ambience where this Pramana was revealed. So it is spot on, Ma. The feeling that you had not necessarily reflects the text itself, but the space in which the text was revealed, Ma. So thank you so much for sharing. And yes, I like this Pramana a lot. I didn't even read through it. I just took a screenshot and yes, wonderful. So in this beautiful space, this enlightening space, let us get ready. We're going to enter into the next segment of the day. And this is actually a very powerful video where Bhagavan is sharing about his feeling connection to his own Guru, manifestation of Paramashiva himself, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Swamiji shares when our seeking becomes intense. Once we have learned everything that our physical teachers can teach us, once we have realized all that is there to be understood through the length and the breadth dimension, we will fall into the depth and space will open up for us. And this is when Paramashiva himself lands in the shape of Guru and raises us to the next level where we cannot reach by our logic, where we cannot reach by our tapas, where we cannot reach by our practice, becoming an expert in various different disciplines. There is this jump, the quantum jump, the evolution, the realization which has never been there before. As consciousness is ever expanding, we cannot say that the masters that have come before, that they are the end. They are ultimate because they have realized the ultimate. But whatever was revealed by previous masters, that has always, there's more positive experience. Once enlightenment lands on us, then only life starts. That is what Shiva himself says when you receive the Shiva Diksha. That is only when life begins. The awakening of the individual soul only starts once you turn your consciousness towards spiritual awakening. So we have Paramashiva land in our life in the form of our beloved Swamiji. And when Swamiji was a young boy, he had the spiritual awakening. He had that experience, that breakthrough, that 360-degree vision, experiencing himself exists in everything around him, beyond his skin. And not long after, Arunagiri Yogeshwara landed in his life and brought him to the next level. So let us listen in as Swamiji is passionately sharing about his relationship with his Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself. Let's enter into this powerful session with Bhagavan.
Some of you might have heard this incident happened in my life, my experience with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, a great incarnation, Shiva himself, a great avatar Purusha, Shiva himself. I'll describe only few things, few parts of that incident. How the Asambrajnata Samadhi happened in me when I connected with him, I had his darshan and experienced him. Maybe around the age of 11. During summer vacation, I was playing inside the temple, backside. If you have visited Arunachala temple, you
You may be able to relate with the place where what I am saying, where I am saying. Backside the temple, one small 4-pillared mandapam, 4-pillared hall. One young sadhu came out of that mandapam. That mandapam had a small kind of a opening, or I was thinking it was an opening. It was a small cave. One sadhu came out. I saw this sadhu. It's very bright, shining, maybe 30 to 35, and well built, young sannyasi. Because immediate click, a strong connection, very strong connection. I just know I belong to him, or he belongs to me. Very strong connection. I can say that falling in love or raising in love, whatever word you want to use, you can use. Very strong connection. Sometimes when you see people, suddenly you fall in love. And you know, you may bring all kinds of reasoning. No, I am already married. I am this, I am that. You can bring all kinds of your logic. No, see the age difference. And you can bring all conditioning. But you are in love, nothing can be done. You may keep distance because of all these conditionings. The social conditioning, and you have to behave as yourself. And there are so many restrictions. There are so many, what to say, that the morality or social conditioning, whatever you call it. But art doesn't bother about which country you belong to, which race you belong to, what is your morality, what is your discipline, decency. Art doesn't care for all those things. Maybe your action or your logic cares for all these things. Art doesn't care, it just falls in love, that's all. There's such a strong falling in love. Every day, I'll come and sit there with him. Morning till evening, he'll be talking, sitting. Sometimes I wonder what I used to talk. If I recall, there was nothing much, just sitting and chatting only. And you don't know why you are sitting together, but sitting together was such a pleasant, joyful experience. I was sitting together. It's like spending time together. He was also very happy with me. And he will eat whatever I bring. He will bring some fruits or something for me to eat. He will be talking, some experiences, these, that. I can say that Mundaka Upanishad, I did not complete that story. That story says that when the small bird, like this, traveling this way, suddenly it really had a bitter experience, one strong bitter experience. It decides no more eating fruits. It just shuts its mouth. Without opening its mouth, it just travels towards the bigger bird. When it goes near the bigger bird, nearer and nearer, suddenly it realizes it is losing its individuality. It is losing its individuality. After a few minutes, it feels it is just a shadow of that bird. Actually, when you are really deeply in love with somebody, you can experience, when you touch that body, you won't feel it is a two-person. You just know it is your own extension. Your extension is in that body. You are just extension of your extension is that body. That small bird feels its very extension is that big bird, golden bird. After a few minutes he feels it is not even his own extension. That bird's extension is he. And after a few seconds he feels there is no extension, he is just a shadow. After a few seconds, there is not even a shadow, only that golden bird exists. It was only illusion that I was an individual. The different levels of feeling connection. In Vaishnava tradition, they explain
Salokya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti, the 4 states of liberation. Please understand, 4 states of liberation. In Vaishnava tradition they explain. First, when the bird feels, I am connected to him, I belong to him, it is Salokya Mukti, living in his loka, living in his frequency. When he feels, no, 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 he is my very extension, it is Samibhya Mukti, the liberation which happens just by his nearness. When he says, when the bird experiences, no, 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 I am his very form, I am his very form, I am his very form, I am just his shadow, I am not an individual identity, then it's called Sarubhya Mukti, his own form, Sarubhya Mukti. When the small bird realizes, I never existed, it's only he was existing, it was just an illusion that I existed, it's called Sayujya Mukti. I can say it was a strong feeling connection, just like how that bird felt, very own extension. I felt with that sadhu, that my very own extension. It was almost like Samibhya Mukti. First when I met him, then it slowly developed into Sarubhya Mukti, that same Rupa. I used to play with him, go wherever he called. Sometime he will take me to the temple inside, sometime he will take me to the hill, sometime here, there, he will take me to different places. Understand? It was such a strong feeling connection. What Ramakrishna experienced with Kali, that Sambranyada Samadhi, I have started experiencing that. Even when I am not physically around him, even when I go back to the house, late night I will go back to the house because they will close the temple. By the time they close the temple, they will vacate everybody. They will vacate everybody. And when I go back to the house also, I will be sitting in the house and waiting when it will become again morning 4 o'clock, so that I can rush to the temple to see him.
Devotion is such, even once if your core is touched, it cannot go. It cannot leave you. It just transforms. It pulls you back. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, the Vrindavan, Bangi Bihari's temple, every evening, they throw rice mixed with a little abin to the peacocks, so that they will eat and start dancing. So Ramakrishna says, once that peacocks which eats little abin will never miss the next day timing, will be there sharp at that time because of the taste. Same way the devotion, once you taste it, once you experience it, you will be there. Next day morning again, 7:30. It is so sacred. I have experienced it with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. The very idea you and the object of your devotion is separate will disappear. You just do not know what to give, how to give, what to do. Still I remember when early morning I get up to go and see him, I look around all over the house and I always used to feel, I used to read in the Ramayana that Ravana took the whole house in which Sita was when he kidnapped Sita. Actually in Tamil there is another version of Ramayana, Kamba Ramayana. A great poet saint Kamba wrote that. when he wrote, he did not translate some parts as it is in Valmiki. Valmiki says, just Ravana physically handled Sita, took her and put her in his flight and took it away, kidnapped. But somehow Kambar was not happy with that idea. So he says that he lifted the whole house in which Sita was staying, put it in his flight and kidnapped. So early morning when I wake up and get ready to go and meet Arunagiri Yogeshwara, that is the way I will feel. Somehow I can take this whole house and give it to him. I even planned one day, I took a chalk piece and marked my parents' portion of the house and wanted to go and ask Raghupati Yogi. Raghupati Yogi will do all kinds of this weightlifting and everything. He's a amazing yogic body. He will show visibly the power of yogic body. He will tie the iron rope in his chest and break it, blast it just by breathing. And lift any size rock, just like that he will lift, or he will roll. There is one huge rock in Arunachala hill, which has rolled and at least some 200 feet it has rolled and stopped. Nobody knows how it happened. I know. It's Raghupati Yogi's work. One day we both were sitting and talking, and he was explaining on Yoga Sutra, when you feel one with nature, nature listens to you. I said, how can that be? He asked me to feel one with the rock. I just contemplated, meditated, and I was feeling one with that rock. Huge boulder. When I was in that ecstasy, he just moved my hand. Suddenly, without telling me, he moved my hand. I literally saw the whole boulder rolling. I did not touch it. There is no physical contact with that rock, boulder. Just that feeling one with that rock, when he moved my hand and that boulder started rolling. I started shouting, oh, what happened, what happened, what happened, what is happening? Stop, stop, stop. Then he stopped my hand and the boulder stopped. I think from that time only I started shaking people. That was the first object responded to my movement. I actually wanted to ask him, can you lift this house and bring it and give it to Arunagiri Yogeshwara? He was laughing. He asked me, why did you put a mark? I said, I should take only my parents' portion, not anybody else's. Anyhow, early morning before going to the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I'll have my one dhoti. Whatever I can look around and get, take it. I'll put everything and pack it. And it'll all be very silly. It will not be directly useful for him at all. But whatever I feel as useful in my life, all these wooden box, cardboard box, I make small temples with that only. I'll take all that. And he will laugh at me. One day I wanted to stitch a shirt for him. I remember I took a measurement with a rope to stitch a shirt. He was laughing. Actually, I called him. You come to the tailor shop and give the measurement. I want to stitch a shirt for you. He said, no, I will not come to tailor shop and all. You yourself take a measurement and give it to tailor. We had one family friend tailor. He's a very good person. I said, no, he's a very good person. He will stitch and give you the right measurement and everything. Somehow that Arunagiri Ishwara said, no, I don't want to come. You take it and give the measurement. But finally, it never got materialized. Never. Because this tailor will ask, no, I want this measurement, get it. Next day I will bring that measurement. Then he will tell, no, I want this measurement also, bring it. Finally, till the end, we were not able to take all the measurements at all. I was never able to give all the measurements. So it never got materialized. But I used to feel, whole day I'll feel, what can I take it to him? What I can get? You just do not know what to do. What way you can please him? What pleases him? What satisfies him? What fulfills him? You just do not know. Devotion is the sacred sentiment which makes you feel, how can I please him? You know very clearly you can't fulfill him. He's already fulfilled. But how can I please him? What I can do to please? How can I pour myself on him? That intense mood is what I call devotion. Imbibe. Just be soaked in this one sacred sentiment. How can I please him? To whichever object or deity or God or Guru you are devoted, again and again soaking yourself in that sacred sentiment of how can I shower me on him and please him. Again and again, soak yourself, fill yourself in this one sacred sentiment. You will melt in devotion. Entanglement means two persons falling in tune with same thought. Entrainment means two persons falling in tune with the same idea. Enlightenment means two persons uniting beyond ideas. When you unclutch, you are in entangle with me. You are in entanglement with me. This again opens a huge door. Then is the thoughts of a healer going to affect us? I say yes. That is why I am telling you, go to a person only who is thoughtless and beyond mind. Do not receive healing from ordinary Reiki healers, this healers, that healers. No. Receive only from enlightened being. And all my healers, during the moment of healing, because they are entangled with me, they represent me, and it is equivalent to you receiving healing directly from me. You don't need to worry at all, doubt at all about my healers. Understand? This is the physiology of feeling connection. When you have a feeling connection, your very physiology is different. And feeling connection has its own physiology. When you have feeling connection, your physiology is different. Feeling connection itself has its own physiology. One more thing you need to know. All the doctors, even allopathy doctors, need to raise their energy level high. Otherwise, when you treat the patient, when the patient feels respectful, feeling connection with you, you are going to entangle yourself with the patient. If you don't raise your energy to the higher level, you are going to get the patient's disease to you. Understand, entanglement can be negative also. If you are not energetic enough to protect yourself, if you do not have a direct protection of an enlightened being or higher frequency, if you don't have higher entanglement, only lower entanglements in your life, you are bound to fall sick. In the grown-up countries, they are suffering because they are not able to dispose the garbage. One city collects from the whole city and dumps it to another one village. That village collects and dumps it to another one village. They collect it and dump it in another one city. Same way only the so-called grown-up societies are suffering, unable to dump the inner garbage. The housewife collects everything and dumps on the husband. Husband collects everything and dumps on the psychiatric doctor. Psychiatric doctor collects and dumps everything on another one, his psychiatric doctor. His psychiatric doctor do not know where to go and dump. The dumping garbage has become a big problem for the humanity in grown-up countries. Not only external, internal also. In India, fortunately, we know how to reduce the garbage into ashes without any side effect or after effect, without leaving anything affecting the environment. Method of dumping the inner garbage without creating any societal, environmental pollution, side effect and after effect is deity worship. Each deity energized, which went through the prana pratishta process, is in entanglement with higher consciousness. That is what I prove when I materialize. See, when a devotee can receive vibhuti or kumkum and materialize, same thing. The deity also receives vibhuti, kumkum and materializes. How? When somebody's kundalini is awakened, when somebody is initiated as a healer, is in entanglement with me, same way the deity is also in entanglement with me. Once the prana pratishta is done, the deity is continuously in entanglement with that super consciousness. Ramanatha Swami is in entanglement with Sri Ramachandra and the consciousness Sri Ramachandra experienced, which is Shiva himself. Because Ramanatha Swami installed, Rama installed that Ramanatha Swami in Rameshwaram. Now the Ramanatha Swami is in entanglement with Rama and Rama's pure inner consciousness. Same way there is a deity called Krishneshwar in Dwarka, installed and worshipped by Krishna. That deity is in entanglement with Krishna and the Krishna's inner space, which is Shiva himself. Same way in Tiruvannamalai, there is a temple called Adi Annamalai. Please understand, the main Arunachaleshwara temple is Jiva Samadhi of Arunagiri Yogeshwara. But the Adi Annamalai temple is the deity installed by Arunagiri Yogeshwara for his own personal worship when he was in the body. Understand? That Adi Annamalai temple, small temple in the forest. Now it has become a small village, and the Shivalinga in the temple is in entanglement with Arunagiri Yogeshwara and of course Shiva himself. Arunagiri Yogeshwara is Shiva himself, came in the physical form. So each deity is in entanglement with the consciousness which has installed it. That is why I am telling you, deity worship is one of the greatest garbage removing system, inner garbage removing system created by our ancient rishis. The whole Western countries, so-called developed countries, are suffering with unable to do the garbage removal. They are spending billions of dollars in the inner garbage removal, creating huge psychiatrists, psychoanalysts, and psychiatrists and psychoanalysts for psychiatrists and psychoanalysts. This therapy, that therapy. 32.4%, 75 million Americans are suffering from clinically provable mental disorder every year. Please understand, who needs clinical attention. I'm not even talking about the borderline personalities. You know borderline personality means? They will look almost all right till you touch one of their wrong engram. Just one engram. When they come, you did not smile, or you smiled at somebody else and said Nithyanandam, over. I am not even talking about borderline personalities, people who need direct clinical attention, medical attention. 75 million. See the garbage disposal problem. In the Vedic tradition, we know how to burn the garbage and make it as a manure. All our temples, we burn your garbage, internal garbage, and transform you, make the whole garbage into manure and give it back to you. Means you go to temples only when you have a problem or to feel little stress-free? No. When you finish your business accounts, go to temple and offer your gratitude. When you finish some of your life-related decisions, go to temple and offer the gratitude. If you have finished building the house, go to the temple, offer the gratitude. If you got married, go to the temple, offer the gratitude. Any major events in your life connected with the temple, even entertainment, enlightenment, everything should happen with entanglement. I'm creating a new word, entemplement. life should become entemplement. Because that is the easiest way of clearing the inner garbage. Patanjali is one of the greatest inner scientists. Man who demonstrated the science of enlightenment. Even after he left the body, he did not deteriorate or die or show any symbols of death. He was just living, alive, radiating the presence. The disciples don't know what to do. So they just kept his body and built a room around him. He is the only master whose body is not buried with sand or salt or bay leaf. Usually masters' bodies are buried, filling the ash, bay leaves, salt. His body is not buried at all. His body is just kept, and a big stone room is built. It's a huge room, stone room, sealed room, when he's sitting inside. Still you can listen the breathing sound. Again, the big problem is you will think that I am promoting some fantasy. Still you can experience his breathing sound. At least I have experienced. And whoever went and put their ears, don't think, usually if you put your ears on any wall, you will hear a kind of a sound. It will not be like that. Put your ears on this wall and listen. This sound will be different. And go and put your ears on that wall, is samadhi. A very systematic, clear breathing sound. How you will feel your breathing, that way you can feel. He is living there. His jiva samadhi is there. He became one with Nataraja. That is why the Nataraja's murti is installed there. And he loved to wear the sacred beads, Rudraksha. So that whole hall is decorated with Rudraksha. They made a Rudraksha Mantapa in his memory. And Nataraja. He did not want his own murti to be installed, but the disciples have put his murti also in the side. But as a main deity, he became a Nataraja. So he became one with that. Chidakasa, Chitampara, Nataraja. So his Nataraja's murti is there, and side his murti is also there, his form. The form with which he operated in the body, that body is also there. If you are helped by yoga in any form, you are indebted to him. Anybody wants to experience his presence should go there. You should not miss the opportunity of going to Rameshwaram. Even if you are not able to go this time, you need to go back. Sometime when you come back again, don't miss, mark it as a point to go to Rameshwaram and see his physical presence. We have some of the great masters' physical body retained as it is, mummified. Not the mummifying of the Egyptian way of mummifying is totally different. They are able to only maintain the body. Our guys are able to maintain the body as the center of the cosmic or conscious functions. When the Vedic tradition way of mummifying happens, not only body doesn't get spoiled and it stays, it continues to be the center of their conscious operations. The cognition is taken, buddhi works, the works, responses happen, they continue to be the center of their conscious activities. That is why your prayers are fulfilled in their presence. If you pray to a mummy, your prayers will not be answered. Because the physical part is retained, but not the response part. Here, the response part is retained. The pure cognition, the and buddhi is retained. And same way, Srirangam. Still, Ramanujas, Udayavar, Ramanujas, Acharya's body is there as it is. You can see the nails growing, the hand lines, the palm lines, the eyebrow hairs, all that you can see even now. And not only that, you can feel his presence. You can offer any prayers, you will see the response. You can talk to him. I am telling you from my experience, because I have been helped, I am telling you this. Many times I told, the Arunachaleshwara temple, the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Samadhi is there. He is in Jiva Samadhi. Jiva Samadhi means he is residing there. Shiva himself came down as Arunagiri Yogeshwara. He is residing there. When we went this time, I just wanted to let the world know that really is there, is Jiva Samadhi is there. All I said is, if he is really sitting here in Jiva Samadhi, let few of his hair come, get materialized in our devotee's hand, so that we can do the DNA test and prove it is 2000-year-old DNA and he is alive sitting there in Jiva Samadhi. We got 6 hair. It is there. And we are now sending it for DNA test. Now we are sending it for DNA test. We will prove it. It is 2000-year-old, at least 2000-year-old. So through that way, at least my one statement is proved. Somebody 2000-year-old is sitting down in Jiva Samadhi. Of course, we can't compare because there is no record of Arunagiri Yogeshwara's DNA, but at least this we can prove. Anyhow, when you live in the body, if you arrive to the sensitivity where the buddhi and the functions in awareness and sensitivity, even after you leave the body, that will continue to be there with you, radiate through your body and through you. That is why when you go to the great masters' samadhis, Jiva Samadhis, whatever prayers you offer, it directly helps you. Immediately they respond to it. Some of these masters' presence, all seekers should experience. The great Jiva Samadhi of Ellam Valla Sittar in Madurai, and Meenakshi's presence in Madurai, and Patanjali's presence in Rameshwaram, Ramanujar's presence in Srirangam, Kamakshi is Devi herself came and did tapas towards Shiva and became enlightened. Kamakshi's presence in Kanchipuram, all these major masters, energy fields, they all radiate the highest sensitivity. Understand? I saw so many of you guys in the Tiruvannamalai temple levitating, rolling, and receiving vibhuti in their hands. How many received vibhuti in Tiruvannamalai temple? 2-3 people came and reported me. 1, 2. Receiving vibhuti in your hands. Understand, you need to know, this is a solid confirmation. Your experience is super conscious experience. If you are receiving vibhuti because of some black magic or yakshini vidya or some unconscious siddhis, it will not happen inside the energy field, Garbha Mandir of the great incarnations, masters like Arunagiri Ishvara Shiva. If it is happening there, understand, the energy which is responsible for all these extraordinary experiences in you and the energy which resides as Shiva, Arunagiri Ishvara in the temple is one and the same. Achala Murti is Sachala Murti. Because in the superconscious energy field, the unconscious black magic cannot interfere. Let the listening be your God. Today learn this one basic truth. Then I'll explain different sacred secrets from the sutra. When the words come and fall on you, see how the cognition is taken, how the decision is made. Be aware of buddhi and these function. Come back to sensitivity. You can start mastering the senses. I'll continue on the sutra for next few more days. Now, let this be the essence of today's message. Let the listening be your God. Unable to get back to the highest ideal in practical life. So no shortcut. This is the only way. Again and again and again, creating the Pratipaksha Bhavana. Means creating contrary thoughts to negativity and bringing yourself back to your center. It's such a difficult job. People feel lazy. That is why sometimes I need to push them to do that job. Sometimes I use love, or sometimes I use the fake or so-called hatred to push them to get back to their center. Because inability to create Pratipaksha Bhavana means inability to create the contrary thoughts to negativity and destroy negativity will allow negativity to grow in you. Once the negativity grasps you over, your life is in hell. You are done. You are done. Even if it is fake, the restful awareness and peace and joy which you get through the fake ideas, please understand, those experiences will become solid and the fake ideas will lose its power over you. But even if it is so-called logically strong idea, if you are restless, suffering, tortured inside, those torture, restlessness and suffering will stay inside, and these strong logical thoughts will become more and more powerful over you. So understand, the goal and the scale should be the restful awareness. So Patanjali puts the right truth in the right sutra, in right place. Just now he taught us on yama and niyama, highest coherence of life, and told us how to be established in that, and giving us now technique, the applied technique. When you have violence, what to do. He's giving us an example. First time in Patanjali Sutra, I am seeing an example. He doesn't wait to give example, and he just gives the sutra and goes. He knows, because his disciples were such high intelligent people. If he is giving example, means something very important. Timing is very important, and making disciples understand, very important. Please understand, it's a very important process for all spiritual seekers in the life. Creating contrary thoughts to negative thoughts, because whenever negativity raises in you, don't give up, don't flow with it, don't go with it. Again and again and again stand up till your muscle memories feel confidence. I can say that this is the one process which has raised my whole awareness in the young age. I used to have a notebook. Whatever spiritual things I read or hear, all the essence I'll write down. And whenever I have any confusion or necessity to understand, I'll read that. I'll read that. I'll carry the book always with me. That is like my extension of heart and brain. Extended heart and brain. I used to call that as my book. Now I'm trying to remember the contents of my book to publish, because there are so many things I have noted down in that book which I heard from Arunagiri Yogeshwara directly. Almost it's like I'll remind me. All my Pratibhaksha Bhavanas are written in that. So practically any negative thought which can come to a human being, I have solution in that book. And I'll always refer to it. It's almost like my guide. I'll continuously cherish, and get those ideas back to the inner space and establish myself again into yoga. Understand? Even if you miss once the timing of creating the right thought against the wrong thought, you are caught. Timing is very important. I read an incident in Ramana Maharshi's life. He had a disciple, Muruganar. Whenever Ramana Maharshi speaks something, when Muruganar will pen down and take it back to Ramana Maharshi, he will purposely make some mistakes so that Ramana Maharshi will correct it in his own pen, handwriting. So two things. One, Ramana Maharshi's handwriting will be recorded. Second thing, all other words are authenticated now. When you correct one mistake, then all other words have been authenticated as without any mistake. I tell you, I can say at least some 192 page, that is the notebook, 192 page notebook, long size notebook. I have the recording of Arunagiri Yogeshwara's teaching. At least in 10 places I have his own handwriting. Unfortunately, we are not able to retrieve them. I am trying to trace. I am sending people to all the friend's house, relative's house in my native place, and all the devotees' house where I stayed. Still we are not able to track. 10 bound volume notebooks, bound by me personally. The 192 page. It's a regular notebook I bought. Then I made hardcover with a satin cloth. I bound it. I call it my book. That's the title. I can say the first book I wrote in my life. My book. At least 10 volumes. Everything in that my book is my Atma Pramana. To the level in which those great truths have penetrated me. That's it. Whenever I wanted to read, I'll just brush and go through. I'll know how I evolved to certain understanding. See, one of the biggest problem a seeker faces in his life is forgetfulness. We go on reinventing the solution for same problem every day 12 times. You may say, not 12 times, Swamiji, maybe 2-3 times. No, you forget. Same problem, you will be reinventing the solution 12 times a day. And then again next day morning, when you have that problem, you will have the same problem and you will not find solution. Half an hour your mind will struggle, then you will find a solution. Simple problem, worry. Tell me how many thousands of times you found a solution and decided not to worry anymore? And all it takes is only 5 more minutes of a betel nut chewing time. Again you are in worry. Forgetfulness. Sometime when you hit the right click, you are very clear. Even if death comes, I will not worry. In next half an hour, you don't need death. Just the shadow of your spouse. Or just one small word. One small practical problem. You are there, back again in worry. You need to understand, not having smarana, remembrance, is one of the biggest problem. Biggest problem. If you have the habit of my book, all of you should have that habit of my book. You should have your own book. Once in a while, pen down, so that you will stop wasting the time in reinventing the same solution. You see, for example, you have a worry. You catch certain thought trend. No, how can this? How can this? How can this? Then you say, hey, foolishness, this worry is useless. You come out of it. But next day morning, again you are in the same worry. But you forget the thought trend how which you came out. Because you forgot the thought trend, now you will be wasting your time in worrying at least 2 hours. And after 2 hours, you will catch the thought trend. And oh God, I should have remembered this half an hour before. Not having smarana, remembrance, not hitting the right click when required, is one of the major problem seekers face in their life in the path of enlightenment. That problem can be sorted out with this great solution, my book. Have this attitude and habit of my book. After a debate, create my book. You can do it even in your Facebook. So the whole world can read it. Not just by yourself. Whole world can read it. I had such amazing masters in my life. My masters and my mentors and my teachers. Every day is excitement to live around them. Of course, when Mahadeva, Shiva comes down in the physical body and lives around you, naturally how it will be. Especially this Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I still remember once he was teaching about the samana. Yes, sharing few words. And he was telling samana is sweetness. If your samana is active, your body will have, your sweat will have a sweet taste, not salty. It will be very sweet. I said, how can that be? Then he was very playfully showing, if you remove a hair from the root, and there will be a small wax in that edge of that hair. He removed one hair from my body and asked me to taste that wax. It was very salty. Then he removed one hair from his body and asked me to taste that wax. It was very sweet. And not only that, you are showing another method to see the power of your lungs. If your samana is active, if you remove one hair and just stick that hair in that wax on your hand or on any object and blow, if you are not able to blow, your samana is not active. You can experiment actually. Just remove that one hair from the root, along with the root. You should just stick that with that wax. That wax you have to stick it on a paper or on your hand. Try to blow with your full force. You can keep it any closer. If you are not able to blow that hair away, if that hair is not flying, your samana is not active. If that hair is flying, your samana is active. I tried my best, I was not able to blow the hair. You can experiment. At least 80% of you will not be able to blow. You may think, what is this, Swamiji? Just one hair sticking and blowing. Try, then you will understand. So they go on giving so many practical teachings, techniques. It was so exciting that my book is filled with all these things which directly helped my life. So you guys should start the habit of maintaining my book. It will really awaken your whole life, transform the whole life. Help you for the higher consciousness. The my book can be a very powerful method to kill your ego. See, we read in the newspapers, terrorists used to have cyanide in their body continuously. So whenever they are caught by police and when they need to close their life, if they feel that living anymore is going to be more dangerous and torturous, they will just swallow the cyanide poison and die. Same way, this my book can be the poison for your ego. So whenever you have the dangers of life, read this my book, ego will die, you will be in peace and you can live the life joyfully. Of course, it's a wrong equation. You cannot equate the my book and cyanide. My book is a nectar. I can say the ultimate nectar.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation.
Yes, Nithyananda, everyone. After this beautiful session, this beautiful sharing on his feeling connection to his Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwaram, let us now enter into the chemistry of the Guru-disciple relationship. We want to welcome each and everyone who joined us today. It seems Matthew is in the kitchen. Nithyananda Nisragunyan, Nithyanandam Manyana Priya, and Ma Mahabhayavanyana Sarupini Nithyanandama, Nithyanandama Yu Hai Ying Nithyanandama, and anyone else who's joining us. Sean Aya Nithyanandam. Yes. Requesting everyone to join us on camera. Wonderful. Nithyanandam, so nice to see you. After meeting you at the Paramashivoham program, nice to see you. And Paramashivoham as well, I am. Yeah, we're going to enter into the internalization exercise. First, we need to understand that the mind is part of our ego. It knows how to close, how to hide, but not how to open. To love means to open up, to surrender. It means opening up to existence. So our mind will not be useful for that. Our mind is a useful tool. If we need logic, if we need planning, structured thinking, for that our mind can be a useful tool if we have trained it to act like that. But it will not be able to open up and surrender what is needed to express and experience love. So for the feeling connection to the divine, for the feeling connection to the Guru, to Paramashiva, we need to drop the mind, we need to unclutch from the mind and enter into the deeper states, the deeper space of consciousness itself. which is an expression of pure compassion, pure love. So actually, Swamiji described his feeling connection to Arunagiri Yogeshwara, that Swamiji knew that Arunagiri Yogeshwara could see any thought that was there in his inner space. He knew exactly Arunagiri Yogeshwara would see every thought. Whatever happened in Swamiji, he would see it. And Swamiji would want him to see it. So he would cherish this inner space. He would cherish this intimacy, understanding that Paramashiva is looking at him through the eyes of his Guru. He knew that his gaze on him is the most beautiful thing, the most enjoyable thing for him. So he actively opened himself up to the divine to enter and to experience that oneness with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Whenever we want to hide, want to close ourselves, we do not want to share what is going on in our inner space, maybe out of shame, out of guilt, or out of fear. That is when we cut the feeling connection. That is when we put a roadblock until here, not further. So we need to surrender our mind. We need to surrender the delusion of separation and embrace the feeling connection. That is where all the deeper experiences open up for us. So in this internalization exercise, write down everything without addition, omission, or suppression. Write down everything you are carefully hiding inside, especially that about which you are afraid to open up. So whatever you are never opening up to anyone, the feelings, the thoughts, the visualization, verbalization that you do not want to share with anyone, write that down. Bring that to your conscious awareness. Oh, yes, there is this part of me, this thought current I'm repeating internally all the time, but I would never say that. Maybe it is towards your wife or towards your children, towards your boss, your co-workers, some aspect. You think, you feel, you intensely experience it on a regular basis, again and again, but you would never open up. You would never reveal it. You would never allow them to see that part of you. This is the ultimate illusion. Because as you carry it in your space, you're already creating it as their experience, even if you don't use the words to express it. So just bringing it to your own conscious awareness will actually heal you. It will heal you from the stress, from the pressure that you feel by having these inner thoughts. Swamiji beautifully shared today itself that whatever you openly discuss, whatever you share, that can find completion. And whatever you retain, whatever you hide inside, whatever you don't express, continues to go on in your inner space again and again and again and again. And that's only what's growing into physical disease. The fact that we're not allowing the other person to experience us in that dimension. Strong gift, up-level, everything good or bad, no problem there. It is simply oneness. There's no, we have the idea that our chitta akasha, that space in which our thoughts are happening, is a separate container from everything that is happening around us. But that's an illusion. Actually, there is only Mahakasha, only that one canvas in which everything exists. All information is all transcending, and every jiva, every atma, every being has access to everything. Nothing is hidden. Everything is wide open. The moment you want to hide something, you create conflict, and then you experience it in your outer space. You experience it as if it is coming from outside in, but you're always creating it on the inside. By hiding, suppressing, scheming, you're all of a sudden creating the necessity for it. You're creating a hostile environment around you. When you surrender, when you open, allow everyone to hurt you, show yourself as vulnerable, nothing can hurt you, nothing can violate you, because you're already in oneness with that space. So it is a negative self-fulfilling prophecy. If you build yourself with a hard and spiky shell, everyone is going to try to attack you, because that's how you create your reality, how you expect life to treat you. It is a hard to swallow pill for many of people. And this is not victim shaming. This is not saying that people are at fault. There is a science which allows us to reflect on what is going on in our inner space, a science to recreate our future and even edit our past. And that science is Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Once you catch a glimpse, once you reach the understanding, yes, man, completion actually works. I won't say you get addicted to it, but you understand keeping any incompletion alive is like shooting yourself in the leg. Keeping any incompletion alive is self-sabotage. Once you experience, once you taste completion, you'll understand that there's no worth in retaining any incompletion with anyone. Yes, it's going to make you very light, and it's going to raise your frequency to experience all the higher dimensions also. So let us take this time and pen down everything which we are carefully hiding inside, especially that about which you are afraid to open up to others. Write everything down without addition, omission, or suppression. Once you are done, read everything out loud in front of Swamiji's Atma Murti or photograph and share it with him. Talk it out loud. Go through that experience of opening up about that darkest sides. I'm saying that with an eye wink, because we are all not that evil. We are all not that bad as how we paint ourselves to be. We are all not that horrible. But the more we suppress, the less we allow ourselves to express, the less we allow ourselves to experience completion, the less we allow others to enter into our life, to reflect back to us, to mirror us, and raise us to the higher consciousness. So let us start at least speaking to Swamiji's Atma Murti. You can come home from work and you can shout at Swamiji, hey, my boss, again, he's behaving in that horrible manner. I wish I could say that up to his face. You can say to Swamiji, Swamiji's there, he's listening, he's blessing. Yes, dear, I'll take care, don't worry, I'll finish him up. So we are so blessed to have that feeling connection. And all it takes is to allow whatever is stuck inside to come out. It's like you have a big feast, but you're holding on to it just a little bit too long. If you understand what I mean. Morning enema, that is only the solution to all our mental, hormonal, emotional, physical ups and downs. And completion, free expression, that is the straight way to feeling connection, to enlightenment. Nithyananda, and welcome Ma Om. Nithyananda Ma, welcome to Paramashivoham Level 1. And yes, Nithyananda Ma, we are about to enter into a powerful internalization exercise. I'm going to read it out once more. Pen down everything you are carefully hiding inside, especially that about which you are afraid to open up. We were just sharing about the feeling connection and how whatever we are holding inside is actually just the mind, just the extension of the ego that is not allowing us to experience the deeper feeling connection. So we want to write down everything which we are not opening up to others to, that which we do not want anyone to see, the thoughts that are there constantly, judgmental, violent, whatever thoughts they are inside. We all have these thoughts. But if we hold them inside, suppress them inside, then they're just gonna be in our internal echo chamber, which is Atma Murti, and reduce their load, reduce their weight, their impact on our life. I'm gonna project the slides for all of you to read through, and for the Chinese translators also to help with understanding. If you have any questions or doubts, please post them here in the chat. You can also raise your hands whenever you have a question, and we will attend to you promptly. Requesting everyone to take a piece of paper and write it down. Go deep Really look in. What are the things that I do not want to share with anyone? The things that are happening in my inner space, and I do not want to let anyone have part of this. Write them down, especially the worst parts. And then take a picture of Swamiji, take your Atma Murti, and speak it out loud. Just allow yourself to release whatever you have stored deep inside for no one to see. Let us enter into this internalization exercise. Yes. I hope all of you got to finish sharing with Swamiji for the first step of this process. And now we're going to move into the now how you react in situations and what destructive decisions, how you deny your possibility, destroy your life, describe everything in details, drop it at Swamiji's feet, and make a conscious decision not to sabotage yourself anymore, but to be life positive. Life positive is not equivalent to thinking positively, but being for life, deciding to be ferocious with all the life negative patterns. Yes, Nithyananda, we are going to welcome Agora Sarupini Nithyananda, also Zhang Liping Nithyananda. We're going to enter into the second step of this process. So now write down all the self-sabotaging patterns, how you react in situations where these self-sabotaging patterns are being triggered, what kind of destructive decisions you make based on these patterns, how you deny your possibility, destroy your life, go into detail, and then drop it at Swamiji's feet. Declare completion. Declare not to act out of self-destruction pattern. Let's continue. Yes. Nithyananda, everyone? Yes, we're requesting everyone to settle down. We want to welcome all the people who joined now that we are going to prepare for the darshan, which is going to start soon. Nice to see everyone is gathering. So let us settle down and let us enter into the space of deep, restful awareness. Just for a moment, you can close your eyes. Let us enter into a small meditation. The most auspicious space is the space of Nandi, always awaiting Paramashiva, always ready to receive him. That space just before the Guru graces us with his presence, that time when nothing needs to be done other than just waiting to receive him in that space. Let us just sit and chant the Mahavajra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continue to chant the Mahavakya as we await the auspicious happening of the avatar, as we get ready to enter into the darshan today. Let us all sit in that space of deep feeling, connection, and restful awareness.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham